Madam Chair, council members, and participants, we are now live.
And because my sound is a little choppy, guys, did you just say we were ready to go?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I understand that state law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing. Due to the current public health emergency, city council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, the Inquirer, and Legal Intelligentsia prior to the hearings, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. I now note that the hour has come. Rachel, will you please call the roll call to take attendance? Members that are in attendance will please indicate that you are present when your name is called. Also, please say a few brief words when you are responding so that your image will be displayed on the screen when you speak. Rachel, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Derek Green.
Present.
Councilman Brian O'Neill.
Good morning.
Councilwoman Cindy Bass.
Good morning.
Councilman David O.
Good morning, Madam Chair and colleagues. I'm present.
Councilwoman Helen Gem.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues.
Councilwoman Maria Sanchez.
Good morning, everyone.
Councilman Mark Squilla.
Good morning, President.
And Councilman Kenyatta Johnson is in attendance, though he is not a committee member.
Thank you. A quorum of the committee is present, and this hearing is now called to order. This is the public hearing of the Committee on Law and Government regarding bill numbers 200413, 200541, 200557, 200559, 200563, and 200614. Rachel, will you please read the title of the bills?
Bill number 200413, an ordinance amending section 9-1130 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Unlawful Credit Screening Practices in Employment by revising restrictions under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 200541, an ordinance amending chapter 21-1500 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Boards and Commissions Public Deliberations to require recording or transcription of certain meetings and provision to the public of access to such recordings and transcriptions, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 200557, an ordinance adding a new chapter 9-5300 to the Philadelphia Code entitled Travel and Hospitality Worker Recall and Retention to require that certain laid-off employees in certain hospitality and travel-related industries are offered job positions as they become available, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 200559, an ordinance amending Chapter 9-2300 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Protection of Displaced Contract Workers by clarifying definitions and scope of applicability, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 200563, an ordinance adding a new Chapter 9-5400 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Retention of Hotel Workers to require that hotel employees receive notice of changes in hotel ownership or control and providing related employment protections, all under certain terms and conditions. And Bill number 200614, an ordinance amending Section 9-1130 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Unlawful Credit Screening Practices in Employment by revising conditions on the use of credit information for adverse employment actions under certain terms and conditions.
Excuse me, Madam.
Before we begin to
Madam
hear
Chair.
testimony from the witnesses, we have for today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. By continuing to be in the meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for the questions or comments they have for witnesses, I will note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available in Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this purpose. For those of you viewing at home, this morning the committee is going to hear testimony on bill numbers 200541, 200413, and 200614. Thereafter, we will go into a public meeting to consider the action to be taken on these three bills, and then consider a motion to recess the public hearing and meeting for bill numbers 200557, 200559, and 200563 until 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. When we reconvene the public hearing at 2:30 p.m., we will hear testimony on bill numbers 200557, 200559, and 200563, and thereafter consider the action to be taken on them. Before I ask Rachel to call the first panel for bill number 200541, would my colleague, Councilmember Johnson, like to make opening comments? And before he speaks, colleagues, I just want to note for the record that I am having technical challenges hearing you. Because we should be able to get through this first portion quickly, because there are not a long number of people to testify. We'll try to get through it, and then we'll make sure we work on, my sound and technical ability in the afternoon. But I thank you so very much for your patience. Councilmember Johnson?
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I'd like to be recognized as being present.
Yes, Councilmember Jones?
Yes, I'd like to be recognized as being present. I was not included in the roll.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Jones. We will make sure the record reflects that you are present. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Johnson?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a few brief remarks regarding my bill that I have introduced, 200541. And briefly, for years, City Council has been broadcasting all of its public meetings and then posting video recordings and transcripts afterwards. I find myself watching these recordings on Channel 64 sometime. But for many city boards and commissions, you still have to attend a public meeting at a given time to know everything that happened at the meeting. In the 21st century, that just doesn't cut it. If you can watch TV on demand, why shouldn't you be able to watch your government on demand? Now that all boards and commissions are meeting virtually, they can record their meetings with the click of a button. They can upload those videos with another click of a button. It's the least we can do to make our government more accessible and transparent. This bill just requires those two clicks, one to record and one to upload. That's it. For people without internet access, a DVD or other alternative can be provided. This is a step forward in the 21st century for city government, and I thank the Kennedy administration and my colleagues for their support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Rachel, can you please call the first panel we have to testify this morning on bill number 200541?
Mark Wheeler and Jim Leonard.
Good morning, council members. I'm Mark Wheeler. I'm the Chief Information Officer. Good morning, Council Chairperson Parker. Bill number 200541, as we know, requires all commissions and boards to make electronic recordings and prepare them for availability for the public. What I would like to say about this is that the boards and commissions at this point do have their own ability to choose different forms of technology. We have a two sets of technology platforms that would be available for their use, but at this time, many may be choosing their own different type of cloud-based platform. And each cloud-based platform has its own ways of recording, storing, archiving, and then making that video available either for download and reposting. What we're requesting, and I think would be very valuable, is if we could have some time to inventory what is happening by these boards and what tools they're using if they're not using the standards that the Office of Innovation and Technology has put forward for use across the city, which is the Microsoft Teams platform and the Zoom platform. If we could do an inventory of that and just put some general guidelines together for all commissions and boards to follow, how they should be storing the files, how they can be posting them, whether posting them to sites like YouTube is meeting any type of retention policy, and how they would make sure that links to available videos are all on their available public websites. Not all, and I would also like to understand in the inventory which commissions and boards have fully come into the phila.gov platform, and if they're maintaining their own, again, our recommendation should address how they should post links to those videos and references to those videos, as the previous gentleman said, completely on demand for people to watch in the public whenever it is convenient for them. Jim Leonard, the commissioner for the Department of Records, could also advise in those guidelines, or we could make reference to any document retention policies that would apply here. So I think it would be helpful, rather than having an immediate action, if we could at least have 60 days to do that inventory, to just understand it, and then for OIT to prepare guidelines for the different commissions and offices to follow. It may certainly require less than 60 days, but this also gives the commissions and boards a full month to work on, to have a month to follow these guidelines, give us any feedback about making any adjustments or any questions that they may have. I thank the council members for the opportunity to speak on the bill today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. James Leonard, are you present and connected?
Yes, I am, Chairwoman.
Okay, James, just please state your name for the record and proceed with. And Councilmember Jones, excuse me, can you please answer your phone? I'm trying to call you via technical issue.
Good morning, Chairwoman. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Jim Leonard. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Records. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on this bill. And I'm here specifically to talk, as Mark said, about the records from a records management, records retention standpoint. And as Mark indicated, the Records Department would work with OIT and with the various boards and commissions, as we do on any record retention matter, over the next 60 days to help identify the appropriate records retention periods for the meetings. And because of the novelty of the issue, we've also reached out to our colleagues at the American Records Management Association, with whom we regularly consult on matters, to get their feedback from a best practices perspective on how to handle this issue from a records management perspective. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify and appear before you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee?
Yes, I have one, Madam Chair.
And Councilman Johnson, thank you for just speaking up. The chat feature is not working on my computer. So after a member has finished with his or her questions, if you have a question, just please feel free to speak up. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, thank you. You're welcome. I just want to note for the record that we have circulated an amendment that delays the effective date of the bill by 60 days as requested by OIT. And so I want to thank Mark and James for coming and testifying on behalf of the administration in support of this bill. And for the record, as I just noted, an amendment has been circulated to delay the effective date of this legislation going into effect by 60 days to give them the opportunity to come up to speed and address any issues as it relates to implementing this new ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments from members of the committee for this panel? Hearing none, is there anyone else here to testify on bill number 200541 whose name has not yet been called? We will now move on to bill numbers 200413 and 200614. Before I ask Rachel to call the first panel for these two bills, I just have a few opening comments. Back in 2016, Councilman Greenlee, our former colleague, introduced bill number 160072 on behalf of Council President Clark. The bill added a section to the code prohibiting employers from obtaining or using credit-related information regarding employees and job applicants. At that time, the bill expressly exempted both law enforcement agencies and financial institutions from the legislation. Over this past summer, NBC 10 investigators reported that people of color who applied to the police academy have been disproportionately denied entry compared to their white counterparts. And specifically, they found that nearly 70% of police applicants are people of color. Yet in last year, only 29% of academy recruits were people of color. And in January, no Black applicants made the cut at all. NBC 10's investigation highlighted for us some of the reasons applicants have been denied: poor character, a person's old driving record, and bad credit. And during an interview with NBC 10, I committed to introducing legislation that would, in essence, ban the police department from using credit checks in the application process. On September the 10th, the first council session back this fall, I introduced bill number 200413, which in essence removed law enforcement agencies and financial institutions from being exempted from the law prohibiting employers from obtaining or using credit-related information regarding employees and job applicants. After its introduction, some people raised concerns about potential preemption issues at both, just not only the state, but at the federal level as well. In order to make sure that we address all of those issues, my office worked with the law department and requested that they prepare a memo for us examining whether or not bill number 200413 would be preempted by state or federal law. And in that memo, the law department states, because the other enumerated exceptions that already exist in the Fair Practices Ordinance address any preemption issues that eliminated the specific exemption of law enforcement agencies and financial institutions might otherwise raise, the bill is unlikely to raise significant legal issues. In addition to that, and colleagues, it's just important that we get the information, on the record to ensure that folks know we have done our due diligence relative to the law department and that the legislation can stand up to legal muster. The memo goes on to note that state law requires municipal police departments to perform a check of the applicant's credit history. And I want to editorialize for a minute and make clear that, yes, while state law does say a credit check must happen, this is what's important. It does not say what a police department must or must not do with that information. Again, it says that a credit check must happen, doesn't tell the department what to do. And state law certainly does not specify that certain types of credit histories or credit scores, for that matter, should make an applicant ineligible for a position. In other words, our police department could literally choose to perform a credit check of the applicant's credit history, listen, per state law, but they could also then choose to not use that information in any meaningful way to screen out job applicants or deny someone a promotion. Obviously, if a credit check uncovers a history of financial fraud, then yes, that information can be used in a meaningful way. But if it just uncovers that someone has a low credit score because they, went through a rough patch, I don't see why that information should be used to deny someone a job. Furthermore, the law department's memo goes on to say that under bill number 200413,
Hi, I think we may be having some technical difficulties, so we are going to try and have the chair of the committee call into this hearing and finish the committee hearing. So please wait one moment.
Thank you, Rachel. We hear you fine. So yeah, I think we just lost the chairman. Madam Chair, yeah, you sound good.
Okay, I apologize, colleagues. This thing just has a mind of its own. I just quickly want to get back to where, I don't see why that information should be used to deny someone a job. I thank you, colleagues, so very much for your patience here. Wow, and I've read all the way to the end, and I'm thinking I'm talking to you guys.
No, we heard you. We heard the majority of what you were saying.
Okay. Okay, I hope I'm starting at the correct location. Again, in order to address those issues, and let me turn this back on. Wow. To address those issues, my staff has requested that the Law Department prepare a memo examining whether or not Bill number 200413 would be preempted by state or federal law. In their memo, the Law Department states, because of the other enumerated exceptions that already exist in the Fair Practices Ordinance address any preemption issues, that eliminating the specific exemption of law enforcement agencies and financial institutions might otherwise raise. The bill is unlikely to raise significant legal issues. Additionally, the memo goes on to note that state law requires municipal police departments to perform a check of the applicant's credit history. I do want to just quickly editorialize for a minute and make clear that, yes, while state law does say a credit check must happen, it does not say what a police department must or must not do with that information. And state law certainly does not specify that certain types of credit histories or credit scores, for that matter, should make an applicant ineligible for a position. In other words, our police department could choose to perform a check of the applicant's credit history as per the state law, but then they could choose to not use that information in any meaningful way to screen out a job applicant or deny someone a promotion. Obviously, if a credit check uncovers a history, for example, of financial fraud, then yes, that information can be used in a meaningful way. But if it just uncovers that someone, like many of us, has a low credit score because they went through a rough patch, I don't see why that information should be used to deny someone a job. Furthermore, under the Law Department's memo, it goes on to say that under Bill number 200413, the police department would be liable for unlawful discrimination under the Fair Practices Ordinance in obtaining or using the credit history of an applicant or employee in a non-police officer position in connection with any employment determination. Additionally, the Law Department's memo explains that law enforcement agencies is a more expansive term than just police departments. What does this mean? That Bill number 200413, it will fully apply to other types of law enforcement agencies besides the Philadelphia Police Department, which we were very happy to hear, such as the SEPTA Police, the PHA Police, or Penn Police, etc. The Law Department memo also clarifies that certain jobs within financial institutions are privy to credit history checks. These include jobs, for example, like loan originator. However, the memo notes that financial institutions would violate the Fair Practices Ordinance if they procure or use the credit information of applicants or employees, for example, in clerical positions and other roles that are supportive of, ancillary to, or advisory to those for which credit checks are explicitly required by federal law. In conclusion, the memo notes that Bill number 200413 in essence narrows the exemption applicable to law enforcement agencies and financial institutions and is unlikely to raise significant legal issues as other jurisdictions such as New York City have applied similarly narrow exemptions. Finally, as part of our conversations with the law department, we decided to make further amendments to clarify and strengthen requirements of the Federal Fair Credit Reporting Act that are referenced in the code. I realized that I could not make these amendments due to the narrow title of Bill number 200413, and so I introduced Bill number 200614 as a companion bill. Bill number 200614 now clarifies that when an employer is permitted to run a credit check and it intends to take an adverse action based in whole or in part on the information in that report, that employer must provide the applicant or employee with a written copy of the information they relied upon and give them the right to dispute the information before the employer takes any adverse action. I know this was a somewhat lengthy opening comment, and I know my colleagues are saying, Sherelle's nothing new with you, but I really did, colleagues, want to ensure that everyone was on the same page regarding these two bills before we hear the testimony today. And thank you again so very much for your patience. Rachel, can you please call the names of the first panel scheduled to testify?
Rue Landau.
I'm sorry, Rachel, I didn't hear you.
Good morning. Sorry.
Rue Landau.
Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Great. Sure. Absolutely. Thank you, Chairperson Parker and members of the Law and Government Committee for the opportunity to testify in support of bills number 200413 and 200614. I am Rue Landau, Executive Director of the Philadelphia Commission on Human Relations. The Commission administers and enforces the city's Fair Practices Ordinance, the law that prohibits discrimination in employment, housing and real property, and public accommodations. In 2016, I came before this body to testify in support of Bill 160072, introduced by former Councilmember Greenlee on behalf of Council President Clark, which ultimately became law in June of that year. The bill amended the Fair Practices Ordinance to make it an unlawful discriminatory practice for an employer to obtain or use an individual's credit information during hiring or any other employment decision. Adding this provision to our city's anti-discrimination law was essential, since studies show that almost half of employers use credit reports to make hiring decisions for some or all of their jobs, even when the positions have nothing to do with the finances of the company. This is problematic for a number of reasons, particularly because credit reports often contain inaccurate information. And employers use credit histories even when there is no correlation between credit and a person's ability to perform or succeed in the workplace. Finally, using credit reports for employment practices has a disparate impact on the African American and Latino communities. Individuals in these communities are more likely to have poor credit histories due to historic racial and economic injustices, such as predatory and discriminatory practices in lending and housing. For all of these reasons, in 2016, Philadelphia banned the discriminatory use of credit reports in employment decisions. The companion bills before you today amend the law in two ways. Bill number 200413 narrows the exclusions to the law, so more jobs are explicitly covered, and bill number 200614 more specifically describes the interactive notification process when employers are permitted to run checks. The law banning the use of credit reports specifically excluded law enforcement agencies and financial institutions, as well as other specified job categories. Now, I'm talking about the 2016 law. That's what it did. Bill number 200413 removes the blanket exclusion for law enforcement agencies and financial institutions. However, as the Chair Parker has already explained, state and federal law still govern some of their hiring practices. State law requires municipal police departments to conduct credit checks of applicants for police officer positions. There is no mandate for non-police officer positions. By removing the blanket exclusion, Bill number 200413 clarifies that law enforcement agencies are prohibited from doing credit checks for any non-police officer positions. It's also important to highlight that when they are mandated to run checks for police officers, law enforcement agencies have a lot of discretion. State law mandates that they must run the credit checks, but it does not state how they should use the results for those credit checks when hiring. I'm happy to report that since this issue has been raised recently, the Philadelphia Police Department has agreed to work with the PCHR to review its application process to ensure that they are using information obtained in applicants' credit reports in an even, fair, and non-discriminatory manner. In addition, the City of Philadelphia is currently reviewing its own policies relating to indebtedness checks for prospective city employees. As for lending institutions, multiple federal laws require financial institutions to obtain credit information on individuals in specific personnel roles, such as mortgage loan originators. However, those laws do not cover applicants or employees in clerical positions or other supportive roles. Bill number 200413 clarifies that any attempt to obtain or use credit information for applicants or employees not covered by state or federal law is a violation of the Fair Practices Ordinance. Finally, the current law broadly parallels requirements of the Federal Fair Credit Reporting Act. Bill number 200614 clarifies and strengthens this provision by specifically memorializing the language of the federal law. Namely, when an employer is permitted to run a credit check and it intends to take an adverse action based in fully or in part on the information in that report, the employer must provide the applicant or employee with a written copy of the information they relied upon and give them the right to dispute the information before the employer can take an adverse action. Narrowing the exemptions applicable to law enforcement agencies and financial institutions will help Philadelphia job seekers and employees already struggling to get or maintain decent, stable employment in this difficult job market. It's imperative that we remove as many hurdles as possible from the employment process so that we can get people back to work and providing for their families. Thank you for the opportunity to testify again today. Thank you, Chair Parker, for introducing this important legislation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Rue, so very much for your testimony. Is Vice Chair Green, are you on, Vice Chair Green?
Yes, I am.
Vice Chair Green, can you proceed with the hearing? And I'm going to work on these technical issues right now.
No problem. Give me one moment.
Greatly appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Are there any additional questions for this first witness for this panel? Seeing none, I want to thank Ms. Landau for your testimony. It's always a pleasure to hear your voice and receive your information. Thank you for your great work. With that, if we could have Ms. Meadows call the next panel.
Marquita Morris Louis and James Johnson Piet.
Good morning, and thank you.
Thank you for you being here. If you could just state your name for the record for our stenographer, and then proceed with your testimony this morning.
Happy to. Marquita Morris Louis, Chief Strategy Officer of Compass Working Capital. So thank you, members of the Committee on Law and Government, Chairperson Parker and Vice Chair Green, for the opportunity to testify in this matter. I come before you in support of Bill number 200413, amending a portion of the Philadelphia Code entitled Unlawful Credit Screening Practices in Employment. Compass Working Capital is a nonprofit financial services organization whose mission is to support families with low incomes to build assets as a pathway out of poverty and toward financial stability. Expanding access to employment opportunities that offer comprehensive benefits and family-sustaining wages is a critical step toward achieving economic security. Part of our work includes helping families in building, maintaining, and improving their credit and accessing credit as a tool for increasing their social mobility. For so many, the lack of a credit score or poor credit history dictates whether they can make investments in their future, secure opportunities to build equity, or seek higher education. Accordingly, credit helps already financially stable households succeed while preventing financially struggling households from gaining traction in our economy. Therefore, credit should not be a barrier to accessing the types of employment opportunities that can help families improve their financial outlook. So there are several reasons why we believe employers should not use credit reports as a basis for making hiring decisions. One, there's no rational relationship between credit and job performance. Poor credit is often associated with household unemployment or lack of or insufficient health insurance coverage that leads to medical debt. These outcomes reflect on our inequitable economy and personal misfortune and have little relationship with actual job performance. Two, people of color disproportionately report poor or no credit. Permitting the use of credit in employment decisions will discriminate against African American and Latino households. According to the Urban Institute, more than 50% of white households have a FICO credit score above 700, compared with 20.6% of black households. 33% of black households with credit histories have insufficient credit and lack a credit score, while only 17.9% of white households have missing scores. Furthermore, Latinos are almost twice as likely than whites to be credit invisible or to not have a record of credit with one of the three largest credit reporting agencies, Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. Three, using credit scores in employment perpetuates past discrimination. Credit scores reflect our country's racial wealth gap, which was created by government policies that systematically created wealth for white communities while intentionally excluding Black, Indigenous, and other communities of color. Using credit scores in employment carries these historic biases into the future and further exacerbate deep and unaddressed social ills. Credit history and scores should be used as narrowly as possible in evaluating an individual's or a household's financial wherewithal. And four, credit scores are rife with errors. More than 1 in 5 consumers have a potentially material error in their credit file that makes them look riskier than they are, according to the Federal Trade Commission. Among the inaccuracies that commonly plague credit reports, debts that have been sold to third-party collectors do not get properly accounted for when paid, and also half or more of medical bills contain billing errors, and if unpaid, can lead to negative impacts on credit. So during this unprecedented convergence of crises, we must make stable and family-sustaining employment opportunities as accessible as possible, particularly to vulnerable and historically disinvested communities. Credit checks are an unnecessary barrier to such employment opportunities, and we support efforts to reduce obstacles for already struggling families. I want to thank you to this committee for allowing me to present this testimony, and I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll proceed with the next witness, and then we'll take questions from members of the council.
My name for the record is James Johnson Pyatt. Thank you, Chairperson Parker, Vice Chair Green, and members of the Law and Government Committee for the opportunity to testify in support of bills number 200413 and 200614. My name is James Johnson Pyatt, Principal and Chief Executive Officer of Urban Development. With offices in New York and Philadelphia, we are a social impact agency that utilizes research, advisory, and place-based investment in historically disinvested communities throughout the U.S. and the Caribbean in order to build pathways towards generational community wealth. In our practice, we focus on systemic barriers to wealth generation for Black and people of color communities, such as the fundamentally regressive credit reporting and scoring systems that ignore consistent payment patterns while penalizing for one-off missed payments or late payments. This bill's consideration will help create an easier pathway for job candidates in the law enforcement and financial services sector, respectively, to attain gainful employment by eliminating outmoded practices of utilizing credit reports to assess job risk and potential hires. A few framing statistics. Over 26 million Americans are credit invisible, those that are completely not existent with credit records. An additional 19 million Americans have unscored credit records, meaning they lack sufficient history to create predictive scoring like FICO scores. Yet 90% of all lending decisions are made based on these scoring models. 30% of consumers residing in low-income neighborhoods are credit invisible, according to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. 77 million Americans have a credit file that has at least one debt that's in collection with an average cost of $5,178. The well-known vestiges of financial redlining still linger as a lack of traditional financial infrastructure in Black and Latino communities necessary in establishing and building credit still pervades. Urbain's work with the City of New York and the Federal Reserve Board of New York drilled into the credit issue at the neighborhood level, examining traditional and alternative credit modalities for Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, a historically Black community. Bedford-Stuyvesant has a 598 median FICO score, 28 small businesses per 1,000 residents versus 49 for the city as a whole, 0.4 bank branches per 1,000 residents versus 2.2 bank branches for the city as a whole, 3.6 subprime loans per 100 loans versus only 1.7 for the whole city of New York. What Bed-Stuy represented was a dramatically disproportionate sort of lack of financial infrastructure. But we also demonstrated as an alternative was a robust neighborhood scale informal credit network that included houses of faith, corner stores, schools, barbershops, and other community scale anchors assessing risk and providing credit for goods and services in lieu of more traditional financial services. Communities throughout Philadelphia have operated in similar fashion for decades. Regressive credit practices that do not reward positive payment behavior or identify critical financial behaviors like rent and utility payments because they do not predict less essential consumer credit behavior, yet employers are using that same credit behavior as indicators of job performance. Financial institutions are utilizing more sophisticated data and analytical tools to predict risk and viability for the myriad financial products, yet utilize outmoded, inaccurate, and incomplete data factors in determining employment potential for applicants. Employment credit checks are common. 25% of low and middle income households with credit card debt have stated that a potential employer requested a credit check. 10% of those respondents who were unemployed said that they weren't hired because of information in their credit report. Those were significant credit blemishes. That number increased to 1 in 7. Medical debt, lack of health coverage, and household unemployment are the compound factors in poor credit for Black and Latino households. None of those issues has a relationship with potential job performance. TransUnion, a major credit reporting company, admitted in public testimony, we don't have any research that shows any statistical correlation between what's in somebody's credit report and their job performance or their likelihood to commit fraud. The prevalence of credit report errors as a reason for poor credit was cited by 1 in 8. 21% of Americans had an error in their credit report from one of the bureaus. 13% had errors serious enough to negatively impact credit scores, and 5%, or 10 million Americans, had errors that were demonstratively impactful in the cost of capital, from car loans to mortgages to credit cards. The financial service industry is one of the few industries that has a rigorous investigation of the efficacy of credit report background checks as a means to predict job performance or potential misconduct. One critical study analyzed credit reports of 178 real employees working at large financial institutions. They found that the employees' credit history had no relationship to job performance ratings or likelihood for misconduct citations at work. While the law enforcement field has not been robustly studied as the financial services field, that statement from TransUnion still rings true. There is no empirical evidence that credit reports will reveal how responsible, reliable, or honest a law enforcement employee will be in their job functions. Addressing the exemptions and the uses of credit reporting as a hiring practice for financial institutions and law enforcement through bills 200413 and 200614 will offer job seekers a more fair and just environment to obtain employment, particularly in a moment with our economy and our justice systems respectively. Now is the time of Philadelphia to exhibit its leadership in advancing progressive policy that leads to strong employment prospects for those cities' workers. In addition to passing these two bills, consider utilizing the city's woefully underutilized tools of open data, public procurement, fine, fee, and levy authority, and other public payment apparatus to leverage positive payment reporting potential for its 1.5 million residents. The city collects recurring payments from its residents on a daily basis. Does it report any of these on-time payments to credit bureaus for consideration? The bureaus want large, scalable, and credible data sets to build and refine their predictive models from. The city and its affiliates can facilitate a massive credit reporting and scoring paradigm shift by leveraging its data in rents, utilities, child support, parking tickets, criminal justice fines and fees, etc., in service of strengthening the credit reports of its residents and its labor pool. Something to consider. Thank you for your time and consideration regarding my testimony today. I'm happy to answer any questions or points of clarification for the members.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. Vice Chair Green, is it clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Green. And a special thank you to all of those who have testified, Rue, Marquita, and James. Are there any questions from any of our colleagues for this panel, Marquita and James?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a quick question.
Yeah, Chair recognizes Vice Chair Green.
Thank you. For Ms. Morris Lewis and Mr. Johnson Piet, you both talked about the credit rating agencies and them even acknowledging that we don't need to use credit scoring. In your research and the work that you've done, do you have any perspective on how this got started? I know from my own experience when I was a small business lender from Meridian Bank at Broad and Glenwood, North Philadelphia, I remember when FICO scoring really first got started. That was actually part of the reason why I left lending, because they took the ability of lenders to actually do lending based on their experience and training. But do you have any insight on what led to credit scoring being used for this type of screening? I know it's also used for insurance products as well. I'm curious in your research if you've seen any information in that regard.
Mr. Johnson, Hyatt, would you like to start?
Sure. From what we see, certainly, I think it's, to be frank, it's an easy and sort of credible, quote unquote, background checking apparatus. So for larger companies, it's part of a larger continuum of background checks. They utilize lots of different public resources, public records, et cetera, including credit reports as a way to sort of tease out someone's behavior. What's been interesting is not only this is long-standing behavior, but it's been modified to include much more invasive tools. So things like social media, your location data, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of this kind of regime is, I think, this is my personal opinion, very much about the credit bureau's, ability to deem themselves important in a future economy when, frankly, a lot of the financial institutions have their own walled garden data sets. So you think about a bank, you think about a lending institution, for instance, you have all the information you need to make all the credit decisions you want to make about someone based on their bank account transactions, your relationship with the bank, et cetera. Yet you still lean on these other tools because, frankly, it's just easier to do. And if I'm a credit bureau, that's a for-profit company, by the way, yeah, you're going to naturally be incentivized to push your products and your services out to your clientele and speak to the necessity of doing this. For employment purposes, HR, particularly around small and medium-sized businesses who need to do credit checks, HR infrastructure just isn't going to be as robust as it could be around figuring out someone's potential sort of issues that might impede them being able to do their job. So I think a lot of it just, is bureaus selling product to folks who have a stated need, but there's no nuance around what that around the unintended consequences that come along with that. So, I can't say for sure, why the bureaus may have initially started to try to target employers, but certainly as a business line, it's been a pretty robust and clear one for them. And I think what's been interesting about the whole process, their data gets sucked up in terms of other data sets and becomes a sort of larger sort of mega set that you can't parcel out, as a whole. So you think about LexisNexis data that might come from public records, gets dovetailed into FICO information or credit report information, and it all sort of self-validates in a way. When in reality, to Ms. Morris Lewis's point, I think to my point, the level of inaccuracies that are in credit bureau data is pretty rife, right? As it is in public reports. But there's a certain level of credibility that comes along with that people take for granted. And there needs to be a real shift around understanding that lots of these pieces of information, frankly, it relies on essentially the victim to prove that these things are incorrect as compared to some validation system that would validate the information and the data that's there. So it can be really destructive.
And I'll just add briefly that we saw around the mid-2000s, early 2010s, that the credit reporting agents started to make a shift and actually actively lobby to expand the use of their products and services beyond traditional financial services and financial transaction decision making, right? As Mr. Johnson Piet aptly mentioned, it was about creating a new business line. So I think employers may have been looking for another way to kind of sift through employees and add a new data point to hiring decisions, but really it was the credit reporting agencies that pushed this product as another way of making decisions about people's worthiness, just to expand their opportunity in the marketplace.
Thank you both for your answers.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Green. Any other members of the committee have questions for this panel? Mr. Johnson, Pyatt, and Marquita, Morris Lewis, I just want to say to both of you that each of you came highly recommended to provide testimony here today. And I really, just for the record, wanted you to address something that I didn't even recognize until a friend mentioned to me not long ago when we were talking about the power of credit and just closing the wealth gap and access to capital. And they said to me, Sherelle, do you understand that credit reporting agencies are publicly traded companies? And I said, wait a minute, publicly traded companies. And I'm asking you, Mr. Johnson Pyatt and Ms. Morris Lewis, any comment on that? And because that could be some sort of potential reform or advocacy that we need to work on at the federal level, because that doesn't seem quite just to me.
Yeah, Ms. Rose, you can start, but I'll jump in for sure.
Yeah, Chairperson Parker, I definitely agree with that. I think that their influence over how people get to move forward in their lives and seek and obtain economic security is inflated, frankly. A lot of advocates and consumer advocates will tell you that the more that credit scores and credit reports are used to invade different aspects of our lives, even beyond kind of basic financial decision making, it creates more barriers and more struggle for already vulnerable communities. So, for example, there's a big push in the rental market to use data around rent payments instead of credit reporting as a more reliable indicator of someone's ability to pay a mortgage, for example. So there are other data points that actually are more reliable. And frankly, some of the credit reporting agencies have not been really forthright and transparent about the sources of their algorithms and their formulas. And the three big credit reporting bureaus have a monopoly over the market. There are other other sources for reporting, but if they're not used by lenders and those who make decisions, then they may as well not exist. So there are definitely some big issues and some national advocacy that's happening to try to push back on the outsized influence they have over our financial lives. And I would definitely welcome more discussion about how we on a local level can support that work.
Thank you, Ms. Morris Lewis. Mr. Johnson, Pyatt, anything?
Yeah, I'll add quickly. I think at the federal level, back in the Obama administration, when you had, Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren and really pushing along around the idea of the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, that the creation of that agency in and of itself, I think, in large part began to move the needle at the federal level around examining this exact regime, what I call a regime around credit. And so that work obviously sort of died a little bit on the vine with the current administration that we're in right now. So I think it could be some renewed opportunity to leverage that agency and sort of the research that they did to push the needle at the federal level to really examine why for-profit companies at all are in charge of this or of deciding how risk factors are set up. So I think it's something to advocate on that front.
So, Marquita, I'll chop up a name in a second. It's Marquita Morris Louis, not Lewis. I'm
typical, no worries, no
American,
worries.
Right? Marquita and James, I'm telling you, I'm thinking about our former consumer advocate, Lance Haver, who worked very hard and was very cognizant of the impact that these credit reporting agencies had, not just just over the lives of people, but how they in essence served as part of the foundation about when we look at how wealth inequality has been able to permeate across communities, in our city, our Commonwealth, and our nation. So I want you to know that I want to state for the record now, so when we call and start bugging you, you don't say, why are they calling us again? We are going to be calling on Lance Haver, along with some other consumer advocates, our friends at CLS. We're going to talk to Clarify. We're going to talk to the Fed, and we're going to figure out some very substantive recommendations that we can make to our Pennsylvania congressional delegation, our 2 U.S. senators, and our Congress people about recommendations that we hope the CFPB, will review and undertake under this new administration, if we can ever, or when we get there. The chair now wants to recognize Councilmember Bass, who has a question. Councilmember Bass, I want to be patient and give our colleagues time because everybody could be having these technical challenges this morning. Okay, if Councilmember Bass, if you're on and you want to come back, please come back. I'm going to ask right now, I don't know if she is still on. Rue, are you still here? If so, can you come back on, Rue?
I am here, Chair. I'm here. I never leave you until you tell me I'm dismissed.
Thank you so very much. And Rue, listen, we want to also say a special thank you to you when we realized that we had to deal with the state and federal preemption issues. We worked in partnership with you and your office and team. And you guys have done an awesome job. And it's with that in mind, Rue, that I want you to clarify for the benefit of the public. When I specified during my opening comments that yes, state law does say that the police department is required to conduct the credit history report, but it does not specify how are they supposed to use the report. Just talk a little bit about that, Will, if you, Rue, and then the second part of that I want you to tell us about, because you and your office have actually led the conversation with the police department. Tell us about those conversations and their willingness to work in partnership with us in the spirit of intent of this legislation.
Sure, absolutely. Well, you're right. It says that you have to do a credit check just for police officers. The law does not say how you should use that information. And, this is all interesting timing, right? When we make change in the city, it doesn't always look pretty. It sometimes comes in a big mess. And this issue was elevated from a very sad news story of somebody who says that she was denied a job as a police officer because of her credit report, which causes a scramble and causes all of us to look into things and start these conversations. So it doesn't always start on a pretty way. And I hope that we can go back and the police department can go back and maybe reevaluate her and take a little look at what happened with her screening. But the police department, as they said for the news and as they told us, was already in the process of evaluating how they do all of their screening. What are they, making sure that the systems they've had in place for years are working to the benefit of making sure they have a diverse police cadet class, that they're attracting the people they want to attract, that they get the most qualified people, and that they're not disqualifying people based on archaic reasonings that they've done in the past. When we had our meetings, the police commissioner herself showed up. She is very set on making this happen, she said. She's got a lot on her plate right now, so it's still in the pipeline. But she very much said that they're doing a full review of their hiring practices to make sure that they're not disqualifying people based on bad, old bad debt or something like that. The system's been in place for a long time, and the world is changing. And as we've heard from our other wonderful panelists, credit issues are changing all the time as well. 20 years ago, people didn't have the student loan debt they have now. Most of us had student loan debt. It doesn't mean that we can't do our jobs very well. So so long as we're continuing looking at systems throughout all of city government, I think that we can stay ahead of the times. As I testified yesterday about the gig economy and hiring, they're moving at warp speed, and we've got to be ahead of this. We need to know what systems they have in place. Who are they disqualifying and why? What can we put in place to fix it? How is the world still disadvantaging people of color in a way that is so unfair and so discriminatory? And how can we right these wrongs of the past? So I think we're on the road to recovery here and the right path. And thank you for keeping us accountable. Thank you for keeping us in check. We will come back and report, I'm sure, on our moves and our great successes. And the city of Philadelphia, as I said, is also taking a look at why are they looking at indebtedness checks? What does this look like? Who are they excluding? So thank you.
So, Rue, listen, we want to say a special thank you to you, too, for members of the viewing public who are watching and or listening. You should know you see the council members and our advocacy, but you don't see the work of the Rue Landows, the Marquitas, and the Jameses, who are behind the scenes providing the research, the law department, to help to move what we are advocating for along. Rue, want to just lay on you the way I laid on Marquita and James to say, we're going to review the police department's progress on this issue when we get to our budget process this spring. And again, when we get a new administration in Washington, D.C., the hope is that there will be some efforts to look at this as a federal issue and to make some changes nationwide. And Rue, we will continue to rely on you as one of our most valuable partners and stakeholders in making sure that no matter how good our intentions are, that we move in accordance with the law and in the best interest of the city. So I want to thank you also for not being afraid to push back and say, wait a minute now, no, we can do this, but we can't do that. And so I need you to do that as well. Is the council member Bass, is your sound working yet, council lady? Oh, okay. Are there any other questions for either Rue and or Marquita and James? We want to thank you all so very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else here who has a question or wants to testify on bill numbers 200413 or 200614 whose name has not yet been called? Hearing none, this will conclude our public hearing, and we will go into the public comment. There being no further questions from members of the committee and no other witnesses to testify on bill numbers 200541, 200413, or 200614, I will ask if there's anyone else else present in this hearing whose name we have failed to call and that wishes to offer testimony on bill numbers 200541, 200413, or 200614. Hearing none, I want to thank all the panels and witnesses for their participation today. We value your opinions. I now invite all panels and witnesses to please disconnect from the meeting before we go into our public meeting. We will now pause for proceedings, just our proceedings very briefly, as multiple participants leave the hearing. Thank you all again. This concludes the public hearing of the committee on bill numbers 200541, 200413, and 200614. We will now go into a public meeting to consider the action to be taken on these three bills. We will now convene our public meeting. Rachel, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance will please indicate that you are present when your name is called. Also, please say a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on screen when you speak.
Councilmember Vice Chair Derek Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am present for the public meeting.
Councilmember Brian O'Neill.
Thank you. I am present.
Councilmember Cindy Bass. Councilmember David O.
I am present. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Mark Squilla.
Present.
That is 5 and makes a quorum, and we also still have Councilmember Kenyatta Johnson with us.
And you skipped me, Rachel.
I'm sorry. And Councilmember Hellingem. I apologize.
I am present.
Many apologies.
Okay, thank you. We will now go into our public meeting. The sound issues came back. Great for the people testifying, but now it's getting choppy again. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on the amendment to bill number 200541.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer an amendment to bill number 200541. A copy of the amendment has been circulated to all members of the committee. I move that the amendment to bill number 200541 be approved.
Is there a second?
Second. Second.
Thank you. The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Rachel, say the name because I could not hear who it was.
Councilmember Squilla.
Councilman Squilla seconds the motion. It's been moved and properly seconded that the amendment to bill number 200541 be approved. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. The motion carries and the amendment to bill number 200541 has been approved. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on bill number 200541 as amended.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that bill number 200541 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember, who was that, Rachel?
O'Neill.
Seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that bill number 200541 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, the ayes have it and the motion carries. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on bill number 200413.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that bill number 200413 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember, was it O'Neill, seconds the motion?
O'Neill, yes.
Okay, it has been moved and properly seconded that bill number 200413 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
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 The ayes have it and the motion carries. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on bill number 200614.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that bill number 200614 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember O'Neill seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that bill number 200614 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes have it and the motion carries. We will now consider a motion regarding bill numbers 200557, 200559, and 200563. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the public hearing and meeting on bill numbers 200557, 200559, and 200563 stand in recess until 2:30 p.m. this afternoon.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember O'Neill seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that the public hearing and meeting of this committee on bill numbers 200557, 200559, and 200563 be recessed until this afternoon at 2:30 p.m. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries, and this committee will stand in recess until this afternoon at 2:30 p.m., at which time we will continue the public hearing and hear testimony on bill numbers 200557, 200559, and 200563. I want to thank you, my colleagues in the viewing public, especially for your patience with our technical difficulties. We will get to another computer before this afternoon so that we can ensure what we know will be a much more lengthier hearing, that we will not have these technical challenges, particularly on my end. So again, colleagues, I want to say thank you so much for your gracefulness and your patience. Thank you, and we'll see you all this afternoon. Hearing is recessed. State law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing as follows. Due to the current public health emergency, city council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, the Inquirer, and the Legal Intelligentsia prior to the hearings, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. I now note that the hour has come. Rachel, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance, please indicate that you are present when your name is called. Also, please say a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on screen when you speak. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Derek Green.
Present. Looking forward to today's conversation.
Council Member Cindy Bass.
Good afternoon. I am present. Thanks to everyone.
Councilmember David O.
Good afternoon. I'm present. Thank you.
Councilmember Helen Gim.
Present.
Councilmember Curtis Jones Jr.
Present and looking forward to the discussions.
Councilmember Maria Quinones Sanchez.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Mark Squilla.
Did we start yet?
You started, Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. I missed the introduction.
And also joining us is Councilmember Isaiah Thomas, who is not a member of the committee, but whose bill is being heard today.
Thank you. A quorum of the committee is present, and this hearing is now called to order. This is the public hearing of the Committee on Law and Government regarding bill numbers 200557, 200559, and 200563. Rachel, will you please read the title of the bill?
200557, an ordinance amending a new Chapter 9-5300 to the Philadelphia Code entitled Travel and Hospitality Worker Recall and Retention to require that certain laid-off employees in certain hospitality and travel-related industries are offered job positions as they become available, all under certain terms and conditions. And bill number 200559, an ordinance amending Chapter 9-2300 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Protection of Displaced Contract Workers by clarifying definitions and scope of applicability, all under certain terms and conditions. And bill number 200563, an ordinance adding new Chapter 9-5400 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Retention of Hotel Workers to require that hotel employees receive notice of changes in hotel ownership or control and providing related employment protections, all under certain terms and conditions.
Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. By continuing to be in the meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for questions or comments they have for witnesses, I will note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available in Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this purpose. Before I ask Rachel to call the first panel for bill numbers 200557, 200559, and 200563, would any of the sponsors of the bills like to make opening comments? Council members Gim, Thomas, and Johnson?
Yes, Councilwoman, I would like to make an opening statement. I'm sure my council colleagues would too as well.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Gim.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So today, in a time of deep uncertainty and economic urgency, I'm proud to join my co-sponsors, Council Members Johnson and Council Members Thomas, and a broad majority of City Council to present an economic justice package for Philadelphia's hospitality, tourism, and airport workers before this committee. In a city where nearly 1 in 2 Philadelphians has lost a job or seen a decline in income, economic recovery and the health of our city relies on Black, Brown, and immigrant workers, especially women in our communities and neighborhoods, returning to work as businesses begin to reopen. In short, Black workers matter. Today, on behalf of our council sponsors, we stand alongside Philadelphia's workers who are the economic engines of our city. There are no hotels, no stadiums, or Philadelphia International Airport without these people. They are the backbone of our local economy. They are the breadwinners for their families, and they are labor and civic leaders for their colleagues and their neighbors. This is a council that knows how much that means. It's a council that has the moral and economic responsibility to our city to step up for workers. We have never shied away from this moment. Members of this committee last session passed historic laws for workers, including a nationally leading domestic workers' Bill of Rights, groundbreaking protections for parking lot workers, and a fair work week. We established a formal Department of Labor to ensure that our labor standards were fully enforced and upheld. This is a council that has fought to expand paid sick leave and cover workers who are not formally covered. We're a council that has always supported the right for collective bargaining and passed a national model bill to ensure that workers were protected from retaliation if they reported violations of workplace health and safety standards and mandates. This is a council that not only acknowledges that Black workers matter, it proves it. The package of bills before this committee ensures that we will base recovery on experience and not discrimination, as we have often found when mass layoffs occur within an industry or in the event of a massive and unforeseen circumstance. They include requiring hotels, the airport, and event centers to offer jobs back to previous workers who lost their jobs because of the COVID-19 pandemic based on seniority. It also protects workers' jobs in the event that a hotel is sold or goes through foreclosure. It amends an existing law to ensure that seasonal workers at the sports complex and food service workers at the Philadelphia International Airport are not replaced through no fault of their own in the event that a new contractor takes over services at their workplace. All three have a minimum of 11 sponsors each. Workers may ask when they will be able to return to the jobs, but they will no longer have to worry if they will be able to. Countless studies have shown that Black workers are often the first fired and last hired, and that will not stand in the city of Philadelphia. The package of bills is the result of an intensive business labor engagement process, including 2 roundtable conversations and numerous other meetings with industry leaders. The amendments proposed today reflect a challenging, intensive, and meaningful process of making sure that we can get this bill right for businesses while ensuring economic dignity for our workers. Today, the Greater Philadelphia Hotel Association, Aramark, and others are not testifying against these bills. I believe that speaks volumes to the work that has been put into amending a package so that it is fair and balanced. I want to thank all the co-sponsors of these bills, Council Members Johnson, Council Members Thomas, Heenan, Squilla, Gautier, Quinones-Sanchez, Jones, Brooks, and Gilmore-Richardson. And I want to thank Chairwoman Parker, a consistent champion for labor who has been running this committee since early this morning. Today, it is my hope and expectation that this City Council will once again prove that it stands with working Philadelphians. And finally, just a note to all the workers who are out there watching today, because I know that they have organized watch parties, that there are advocates with power and other community leaders who have supported this package, who are organizing watch parties out there, that we know you're watching, and that we respect the fact that you have been engaged and passionate working together on these business labor roundtables that have consumed many hours of people's time, but shows again a deep commitment to engagement over time, and that this bill that is presented before everybody, and that these package of bills reflects that process. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Council Member Gim. Council Member Thomas. Okay, I see you there. Chair recognizes Council Member Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair / Majority Leader. Excuse my background. There's absolutely nothing I can do about that. So I'm going to apologize for that. But again, thank you, Madam Chair, who's also my councilperson, who's also one of the sponsors of this bill. In the spirit of just not being repetitive, this is what I'll say. This bill's and this package of bills are extremely personal to me. I'm born and raised in this city, and a lot of people don't know this about me, but I actually have 9 brothers and sisters. We're a pretty big family, and a lot of us work in the world of education. But the fact that the majority of my siblings who aren't serving in the military live in the city of Philadelphia still, we've participated in a number of different professions. And my big brother spent years working in the hotel industry. And Councilmember Gim talked a little bit about a lot of the different collaborations that had taken place leading up to this moment right here. So we could put together a package of bills that works for everybody. And that's the goal right here. And for me, this is extremely personal. When I think about his experiences over the last 10, 15 years, bouncing from hotel to hotel, and the different things that he's had to endure, some good, some not necessarily so good. It reminds me of the importance of this industry and how the people who work these jobs on a consistent basis are the backbone of our city. And so I'm happy to be here to be able to support an initiative like this. And I also, again, want to thank my colleagues, starting with the freshman four, for sponsoring this bill, as well as Council Members Johnson, Heenan, Gim, Keone Sanchez, Squilla, Jones, our Council President, and of course, our Chair and Majority Leader, Council Member Parker. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, and I appreciate everybody for their support and their advocacy as it relates to this specific initiative. I think we can do something historic like we've done a lot of times in the past. Often when our back is against the wall, we come up with some of our best and brightest ideas, and I think this can be an example of that. So thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you, and thank you to everybody in the entire committee.
Thank you, Councilmember Gim and Councilmember Thomas, for your for your comments. Now, I know earlier today, Councilmember Johnson also had two bills that we heard earlier, and he had to be on with us earlier. I'm not sure if he was able to join us this afternoon, but again, just want to state for the record that Councilmember Johnson is one of the sponsors of the bill, one of the bills being offered in this package. With that being said, Rachel, will you please call the first panel we have to testify this afternoon on bill numbers 200557, 200559, and 200563?
Rich Laser.
Thank you, Rich. I can see that you are connected and ready to proceed. So please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Hey, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Parker and members of the committee. My name is Richard Laser. I am Deputy Mayor for Labor. I appear before you today to testify in support of bills number 200557, 200559, and 200563, the retention and recall bills. It is hard to believe sometimes that it has been less than a year since COVID-19 was first recognized as a highly infectious virus, and that the spread across the world causing the global pandemic we are now living through. The impact on the lives of all Philadelphians cannot be understated. In the big picture, our city went from having a strong and growing economy to unprecedented unemployment and hardship in just a few months. While at a more personal level, there's the human trauma that the virus has brought, with furloughs, layoffs, illnesses, and other events that have severely damaged our economic security. It's been only in the last few weeks and days that we have heard of a potential vaccines starting to come online, and finally we can start to look forward, hopefully, to a future without quarantine and lockdowns. The retention and recall bills before the committee today are in preparation for that time. Together, they outline a set of procedures and expectations for the hospitality industry on how to approach calling staff back to work. In brief, these bills will require that employees who are employed prior to the pandemic get the first opportunity to return back to their old jobs when hospitality businesses start operating again in the post-COVID world. In many cases, these are workers who were with the company for many years before the pandemic and were furloughed or simply let go due to necessary social distancing and lockdowns. We support the positions that these workers should have an opportunity to return to their jobs they lost through no fault of their own. I would like to thank the chairperson for holding this hearing today and the sponsors, all the sponsors for introducing these bills. I also want to acknowledge all the work that has gone into getting the versions that we have today. There has been good conversations between all parties, to the industry and worker and labor alike, and we really appreciate being a part of it. We look forward to continuing to support bills like these as we move forward. And I do want to say two things, because I know we had conversations with one of the sponsors and also the chair. Two issues that I know that were discussed today that we can definitely deal with through regulation is the issue around seniority and the qualification of folks being brought back, and then the piece on the privacy of employees' information. That's something that we also can deal with through regulation, just as we did with Fair Work Week. So with that said, I also am joined with Amanda Shimko, who is Director of the Office of Worker Protections, and she's here with me so we can answer any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Why don't you, Councilmember, proceed with your comments, and after we hear from Councilmember Johnson, we will then proceed with any questions for this panel. Please, the chair recognizes Councilmember Johnson for comments.
Hey, well, first and foremost, I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for chairing this meeting. And I want to thank my colleagues, Councilwoman Helen Gim and Councilman Isaiah Thomas, for these package of bills that will be introduced to protect workers in the hospitality industry. As the second district council person, we have a significant amount of hospitality workers, primarily Black and brown workers, and these package of bills are titled Black Workers Matter. And for the past 20 years, hospitality workers employed by contractors have been protected against displacement under Chapter 92300 of the Philadelphia Code. When service contracts change hands, workers must be retained for a 90-day transition period. If staffing cuts are made, they must be made according to seniority, and any rehiring must be made according to seniority. These protections mirror the protections in Councilmember Thomas's bill, which is for direct employees as opposed to employees of contractors. My bill simply updates Chapter 9-2300 definition to 1, make clear when seasonal workers are eligible for chapter's protections, and 2, to make clear that the transition of employees from direct employment to a service contract is a change in contract that would trigger the chapter's protections. All these are technical amendments. They will ensure that employers have clear guidance on their legal obligations and that workers have clarity on the protections that are entitled to, and the protection they are entitled to. I want to thank again for my colleagues and ask for support on these particular 3 bills. And at the end of the day, it's about addressing and making sure that those individuals who are the backbones of our economy, those hospitality workers, those service workers that keep our sports stadiums moving forward, that keeps our hotel industry moving forward, have a priority when it comes to when our economy opens back up, have a priority and a seat at the table and getting their job back. And most importantly, if you're a senior member, you have the opportunity to come back at the same position as what you were when you were laid off. And so thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for your comments. And at this time, I want to ask if there are any questions or comments from members of the committee for this panel, or Rich Laser in particular, who's the only person on this panel.
Madam Chair, Councilman O'Neill, I have one question.
Yes, Chair recognizes Councilmember O'Neill.
Mr. Laser?
Yes.
I appreciate your testimony, particularly at the end where you mentioned the regulations. But
Yes.
Could you be specific on that? Where is it that someone would look if you were challenged on that? Where is it in law that you can do that?
So in the bill, there's a spot around, and Amanda is also on here from my office who might be able to give you more specifics, but there's a part on here regarding the qualifications and bringing folks back that need further fleshing out. And per the law department, we can go through that through the regulation process with the different stakeholders that have been a part of the bill.
Okay, that would cover the privacy issue?
The privacy issue specifically on the giving employee information up. We've dealt with that issue on the Fair Work Week, specifically if there's an employee. I know some issues that got brought up by members of, there was issues with the employee safety. We're able to handle that and do an exemption on that if we find that an employee safety, and we had to handle this through with if there was a victim of domestic violence or other issues where the employee has there's a public safety issue to the employee, we can do an exemption there on the employee's information being given out.
Okay, and can you handle the sunset issue through regulations?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized at this time for questions and or comments?
I do.
Council Chair recognizes Councilmember Gim.
Yeah, thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner, Deputy Mayor. I'm sorry.
Just call me Rich.
Rich, thank you. You know, one thing I wonder if you could speak to is a little bit about our process. You were there during the Fair Work Week. process with the business labor roundtables. I think in that process, a lot more happened during committee. And in this process, I think, some of the feedback that we've heard from industry is that we really had a chance to both openly discuss all the issues that were involved ahead of time and then address them. Is that how you would characterize some of your conversations? Because I know you've also met with, with members, with industry members outside of the meetings as well.
Yes, correct. We've had meetings with labor stakeholders as well as stakeholders on the industry side. And I think we envision the process on regulations similar to what we did with Fair Work Week, which I think was very expansive and included all folks, including council members as well. And I've seen that we will do that process moving forward with these regulations.
Mm-hmm. And from your engagement with the industry, could you talk a little bit about how they're looking at the recovery period? Like how far out are they talking?
I mean, I believe, and I don't want to, but it seems like a few years at least. 3 to 4 years at least, from what I could see from conversations that I've had.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, am I off now, Councilmember Gim? Can you guys hear me well? You can hear me? Okay, thank you so much. Listen, for those of the for Councilmember O'Neill.
A follow-up question for Deputy Mayor Laser.
Okay, that's sure. I will recognize you in a second, Councilmember O'Neill, but just for the benefit of the public and my colleagues, if I seem to be a tad bit on edge about when you can or cannot hear me, my colleagues participated in the early morning portion of the hearing where my sound and video just dropped in the middle of the hearing. So if I'm checking back, colleagues, you all just make sure you nudge me to let me know. With that being said, Chair recognizes Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes, Richie, the question about what the industry is saying about how long it will take. I would assume, and that's why I'm going to ask you specifically, but I would assume that's worst case scenario. Best case scenario might be something a little shorter than that.
Yeah, I would think so, Councilman. I think it depends on what part of the industry you're talking about, whether it's a hotel, whether it's restaurants, whether
Right.
it's involved in conventions. I think it all varies depending on what industry you speak to.
Right. And the reason I ask is because when you do a sunset, you lock in a time that may be past the time that things are back to as close to normal as they're going to get. Okay? And hopefully back to normal. When you take the optimistic approach or something less than the most pessimistic, you can always change that. And there'll be a lot of pressure to change it as you're looking and you're getting closer to that date and you're not where you thought you might be. When you have a longer sunset, it's a little different. There's a whole different kind of pressure. And I think council has shown in the past that we react very well when there's an issue that needs to be extended. But that was the reason for my question. That's all. I wanted to make sure that, because I think that's the discussion, basically the discussion around the sunset provision, not whether there should be one, but what's the best approach in terms of the length of it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Point of clarification from Councilmember Helen Gim. Chair recognizes Councilmember Gim.
Yes, thank you very much. So, Rich, I think that it's important to understand that just for council members who may not have been part of the roundtables or are not. Just making sure that we are clear about the law. The law is very clearly narrowed to who actually is within the pool of individuals who would be in qualification for it. Is that correct? It's a narrow pool of employees. So for example, you must have been employed in 2019 for 6 of the 12 months or have been a seasonal worker for a certain portion of that time.
Correct.
Starting January 2020 until January 2022, you were laid off through no fault of your own. In other words, it cannot have been for a disciplinary reason. It would have had to have been due to a government shutdown order, a significant decline in business, or some other kind of pandemic that we're, dealing with right now. And then that window closes in January 2022. The idea around the sunset and the length of the sunset is the recognition that we don't actually know what's going to happen in the years ahead. Every single one of us will pray and work towards a rapid recovery. But in fact, the bill itself has an internal automatic sunset. Like it actually, to some extent, has an internal expiration, right? Which means that if by all the employees who have been laid off as of January 2022 were to have been rehired at any point between 2022 and 2025, the bill is done. It doesn't add in additional employees in 2023 or 2024 who've been hired. It merely says that if in 2022, if those employees who are laid off because of this COVID pandemic and the uncertainty of the industry for 2021 and probably just that first month in 2022, if they are all rehired, then the bill's basically done. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it does actually end itself. So part of the reason for 2025, and this was a discussion because we originally had no sunset to the bill because the feeling was that we needed to establish, an opportunity for those workers to return. And keep in mind, it's because they will be hiring other workers. It's not because their industry is bad or anything like that. It's because they have recovered. And what we want to make sure is that the people who are their senior employees in 2019 and who should have been back in 2020 would have an opportunity to be rehired. So if we sunset the bill early, before we even know what's going to happen, then actually we cut off the opportunities for those individuals to get rehired prematurely. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then again, just to be ultra clear, once all the individuals who are rehired back in 2022, who are laid off in 2020, 2021, and the first month of 2022, once they are rehired, the bill is effectively kaput. It doesn't exist anymore. Would that be accurate?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gim, for your comments. Let me say to you, Mr. Laser, I want to say thank you so very much for providing assurances to all members of council, along with members of the committee, that any vagueness in the language as it relates to seniority, that the administration assumes full responsibility via the development of the regulation on how this package of bills will be implemented, that you will address that. Thank you for that. In addition to that, thank you for also addressing the concerns regarding the releasing of personal information. And I appreciate you recommending for the record that anyone who has mentioned that issue, the release of personal information, as a concern, in fact, it has come up in past legislation that this council has passed. And because we've seen it before, we know that it is important to put safeguards in place to ensure that we protect the personal information for all of those who may be impacted, whom we may not think about sometimes when we are moving forward in the legislative process. So for the benefit of the public who is listening, for example, if someone has been a victim of domestic violence and their information, whether or not their information has to be released or posted publicly, the administration, through regulation, has the ability to exempt the law from that perspective. So we just want to thank you for the record. And would you say, Mr. Laser, that I just described those two issues in particular accurate, according to your noting that the administration will deal with those two issues in particular in regs?
Yep, correct.
Thank you.
Chair, Councilman O'Neill, I have a question.
Thank you, Council Member O'Neill. I recognize you for comment or question.
Yeah, Mr. Laser, I appreciate your clarification that if everyone that was laid off will come back by the end of 22, the bill wouldn't apply anymore because everybody would have been brought back. But by the same token, if everybody hasn't been brought back and this bill were amended to say 2023 sunset instead of 2026, that there'd be plenty of lead time to extend the sunset beyond 2023. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, I think so, Council. I think the question is too, I guess it depends on the industry as well. I think different industries will kick back quicker. So
right, but there's plenty of time after 2022, and for some of us, there'll be an election that year. To push the sunset back, whether it goes back 6 months or 3 years, there's plenty of time to evaluate and do that. Could you clarify that?
Yeah, and Amanda, if you're on as well, if you want to jump in on that part as well, but I would think there could be, yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Amanda here. I would think that's right. That would be something that would be left up to council, though, as council is in charge of legislation.
Chair recognizes Council Member Gim for a question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Yes, so, again, I just wanted to check in, Rich, that, the question of the sunset, what would actually happen is that employees, the employer would be hiring outside of their former pool of employees. Is that correct? If the bill sunsets and no action is taken, et cetera, what the consequence is that, say council can't get its, we don't have everything together, we're distracted. It's an election year in 2023. But to be clear, I want us to understand what will happen when the bill sunsets, and were it to sunset prematurely, because as I said, our feeling is that the bill is done internally. It's meant to be done internally. It's not meant to reach, it's meant to have enough time to anticipate and be reasonable. But it's also, all of us are really invested in the industry returning and in ensuring that people who held their jobs for a long time are able to be hired back by seniority. But if council were not to get itself together and the bill were to sunset prematurely, what it means is that an employer, a large employer, would be able to hire people who had no experience versus seniority experience for their place of business. Is that correct? And that those workers then would be, who had formerly been waiting around, hopefully, as I said, would not be having to wait around for years on end. But we do know that people get hired and laid off quite frequently in this industry. We're telling them that they don't have a guarantee beyond, they could be laid off in January 2022, and they don't have a guarantee beyond December 2023, correct?
Correct. I think the goal overall would be not to be burdensome, but is more to make sure that we're protecting long-term workers. I mean, folks who've been with this company, sorry, my daughter's here, have been with this company over a long period of time, to make sure we're protecting those workers.
Yeah, and I think that's right. I think what we want to get to is what is the intent of the bill and how is it meant to best reach it. And my understanding is that, again, because we were conscious on the front end of limiting the kinds of people who would be on the list, and feeling that as long as we were careful about who was on the list on the front end, we could allow for a longer back end, because the front end is contained, it's limited, it's not an endless pool. Right. It's not a right to return for everybody who was ever hired or laid off until 2025. It's allowing those who were laid off because of this pandemic to have enough time for the industry to bounce back, that they have a shot at retaining their jobs that they had held for, in some cases, decades. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gim. The chair wants to double check to make sure that there are no members of the committee who have any additional comments and or questions for Mr. Laser. There being none, Rachel, will you please call the next panel to testify on the three bills? And just for the record, before Rachel proceeds, Mr. Laser, if you and or members of your team could make sure you stay around, just in case any sort of operational implementation, regulation comments and or questions come up from members of the committee. We would appreciate it if you could stay around as long as you possibly can, if that's all right.
Yep, that's no problem.
Thank you so much, Mr. Laser. Rachel, will you please call the next panel scheduled to testify on the three bills?
Patrick Eiding, Sheng Tao, and Roslyn Wuchinik.
Am I live to speak?
Yes, let me make sure I can see you guys. Okay, so I see Pat. I see Shang. Did I pronounce it correctly? Shang?
Yes, you did. Shang.
Okay, thank you. And Roslyn, I can see the three of you, so you are connected. We'll go in the order of Patrick, Shang, and Roslyn. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and Councilman Green and members of the committee. I want to thank you for this opportunity. My name is Pat Eiding. I am the president of the Philadelphia Council of the AFL-CIO. We represent somewhere around 150,000 working families, but I'd like to say that we fight every day for all working people. I would ask to beg your indulgence as I work from this silo and use my handwritten notes as opposed to having somebody professionally prepare them for me, as I usually would. So having said that, I'm here today because of the comment I made about representing all workers, especially for some of the hardest hit workers who service our hotels and stadiums and the airport. These industries are some of the biggest employers of workers of color who are the most experienced workers in these industries, and many do not have the protection of collective bargaining. Therefore, they are some of the most put upon workers in the city and the country. The pandemic has been absolutely brutal to these industries. Many workers have been furloughed or fired after many years of loyalty to the institution where they work. We have the opportunity today to pass legislation that would protect these workers with the respect and dignity they deserve. This legislation would ensure that when these businesses recover and begin rehiring workers, the workers will have the right to come back to their jobs and the opportunity where they dedicated most of their years. They are the most qualified workers for these jobs. They are the people who will make the organization completely successful in their comeback. The bills collectively will stop companies from hiring around the workers. What I mean is hiring workers with less experience for cheaper pay. We don't know when we will completely recover from these terrible times, but the bills need to be long enough, be able to expand the time of need to make sure some of these workers are not that are not covered from these bills that these bills stop protecting them before they're having an opportunity to be rehired. We would need to make sure that legislation lasts until the recovery is completely done and all workers have the opportunity to have their job back, the jobs that they worked so far and successfully made these industries so successful. I will get off my scribbled notes now and just say that this is an important time to think of workers, and we've done that in City Council so many times. And I would just ask that we keep in mind, and I think the three bills do an awfully good job in making sure that these workers are protected in some way they normally wouldn't be. Oftentimes we find people who, in their business, find it better for them to think that they can go around folks that worked for them for 15, 20 years and hire people, sometimes not even from our area. So I would like consideration for the bill in its entirety, all the bills in their entirety for workers, and also keep in mind with all the discussion that's been going on about sunsetting, that none of these workers are left uncovered. They all need to have the protection to make sure they have that opportunity to go back to work. And I thank you for all this time, and I apologize again for my unprofessional statements, but they're real and they're from me and from the heart. Thank you.
Pat, your credibility in fighting for working men and working women is never unprofessional. You've been on the front line for far too long for that. So thank you so much for your testimony. Shane?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am, I can. Please state your name for the record and feel free to proceed with your testimony.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. My name is Shang Tao. I'm an Oakland City Council member, and I am the council member who actually charged the fight for the right to recall legislation in the city of Oakland. And by passing these ordinances here in the Philadelphia City Council, we will be giving hospitality workers in hotels, event centers, and Philadelphia International Airport the first right of refusal for jobs that they held prior to the pandemic. It's only fair. And if and when their workplaces reopen, right? And that's a caveat. It's if and when their workplaces reopen. In the wake of the mass layoffs in the hospitality industry, the Oakland City Council took action this past July to protect workers in the tourism and hospitality industry. The Philadelphia City Council will join cities and municipalities all around the U.S. in instituting these measures, these common sense measures. This legislation will, one, protect the jobs of and provide economic security for thousands of working class people in Philadelphia and their families. Many of them are Black families. To prevent implicit discrimination by employers or of workers due to their age, race, health status, and other characteristics. We all know that, when people are being called back, there will be discrimination. To ensure that the Philadelphia tourism industry is staffed by experienced personnel who are best and able to be capable to actually uplift these businesses and to protect the public health. Oakland's right to recall ordinance ensures that Oakland's hospitality, restaurant, stadium, and airport employers will honor their former employees' right to return. Even if there is a change in control of the business, then that's the key point of it as well, if we are truly talking about how do we protect our working families. It covers any employee in this industry and who's been laid off after January 31st, 2020, and it guarantees that laid off workers are given 10 days to accept or reject an offer of recall. The ordinance also provides for a private right of action to ensure that the ordinance can be enforced in the court of law. As lawmakers, it is our role to respond to this crisis that no one could have foreseen ahead of time. And I applaud Philadelphia City Council for stepping up to protect these workers who lost their jobs through no fault of their own. I also wanted to make sure that I heard from the previous panel as well too. I believe there's a discussion around the sunset date around 2023 or 2025. And I want to ensure that, working families that will most be impacted by the loss of work within our communities, the most marginalized communities, right? Our Black and Brown families, our monolingual speaking family, that if this sunsets in 2023 rather than 2025, then the uncertainty creates a lot of stress within the whole family household. And we are talking about real stress that is translated into children and young people as well. The stress of the not knowing for both the working families and the businesses of this unknown is not stable. And it creates a place of possible misinformation around when this legislation does and doesn't end. If we create this, if we say, okay, well, it sunsets in 2023 and we'll have ample time to extend it if we need to, it creates possibility for this misinformation within businesses. And I don't see this as being overburdensome to actually have the sunset end on 2025, because in a way it's a more equitable and less burdensome way, because the pool of people who are able to take advantage of this legislation is actually very limited. It is not a continuous pool of folks who are going to be in this pool. And so in many ways, it is actually less burdensome for city staff, and it's less stressful for both businesses and working families. Thank you so much for having my testimony today.
Councilmember Shang, before I mispronounce it, please say your last name for me.
Sure, it's Tao. The H is silent.
So it's Tao. Councilmember Tao, thank you so very much for taking the time out of your schedule to be here to participate with us today. Welcome to a public hearing of the City Council of Philadelphia. And we thank you again so much for your participation. Point of clarification from Councilmember Gim before Rosalind begins her testimony.
Yes, sorry. Thank you so much. I just wanted to acknowledge Councilmember Tao because I know she has a very busy day, and so we really appreciate it. From one coast to the other, thank you for helping lead on the issue for working families and for stronger cities. I think that's the most important thing. We want to see our cities and our industries and our communities come roaring back, and I think this type of bill does that. Could you clarify? Did you clarify just again for the record, did Oakland put a sunset on your recall bill?
We did not put a sunset on our recall bill.
And could you clarify why?
Because as we know that there's a limited amount of people within that pool, right? We have a specific date in regards to when folks are actually laid off from their job. And so it's not a pool where people can be added into. And so we figured that it would naturally sunset on its own.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. And so, Councilmember Gim, your point of clarification, is it because the Councilmember will, you think, have to be getting off soon? You will, Councilwoman? Okay.
Yes, I do need to get off soon, yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember. If you could stay on with us as long as you can, we greatly appreciate, just in case any members of the committee may have a comment or a question. But thank you so very much for your time just thus far.
Absolutely. And Chair, if I may, my staff, Matt Napoli, he's my policy director. He will stay on the line. And if there are any questions, he can field all those questions as well.
Thank you so very much, Councilmember. We greatly appreciate it. Chair recognizes Rosalind. Thank you, Rosalind. Just state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rosalind Wichnick. I'm the president of Unite Here, Local 274. Thank you, Chairperson Parker and members of the Law and Government Committee. I'm testifying in full support of bills number 200557, 200563, and 200559. Due to the virtual nature of this hearing, normally we'd be in council chambers, and I would have about 100 members of Unite Here with me. And I do have 100 members of Unite Here with me. They're just watching virtually on a Zoom watch party, so I did want the members of the committee and the folks on the panels to know that our members are very, very aware of what's happening today and the historic nature of this legislation that is so critical to their futures, and are very appreciative to be here in this hearing. This package of legislation will ensure that hospitality workers in our city are able to return to their jobs when those jobs return. It's a basic and essential protection for thousands of hospitality workers, most of whom are Black and brown Philadelphians, and the majority of whom are women. More than anything, I think COVID-19 has brought home for each of us the sanctity of life and of our collective responsibility for each other. Protecting the right to go back to work, to a job that you've had for many years, taking that action is Philadelphia City Council showing collective responsibility here in the city of Philadelphia. We want to thank all the sponsors of this legislation for showing that responsibility today. This legislation is protecting workers who lost their jobs through no fault of their own. It protects workers who have been struggling for over 8 months to survive financially and who continue to struggle to survive financially today. It makes sure that the baseline stability that so many hospitality workers have spent years working up to is not permanently robbed from them. So I think, as you all know, this pandemic has affected workers in our industry, the tourism and hospitality industry, with particular severity, perhaps in a more severe way than any other industry. Our union's membership has been reduced by approximately 80 to 90% since mid-March. So again, 80 to 90% reduction due to layoffs since mid-March. Those are our statistics. Government statistics are also showing the impact on our industry. The Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates that unemployment among workers in what they call the accommodations sector remains at 25%, which is 4 times the private sector average and far and away the highest of all the sectors that they study. That number's from October, before the new restrictions went into place. So we expect that the unemployment rate is going to go much, much higher here in Philadelphia. And we also know that right now that we have been very, very hard hit, and we know that we are not recovering quickly. We haven't recovered quickly this year, and the data is showing that the recovery will not be quick. And again, those aren't my own projections as the leader of the Hotel Workers Union. Those are industry projections. So the American Hotel and Lodging Association conducted a survey where 3/4 of industry leaders said that they think more layoffs, not less, are coming. And the most reputable hotel data research firm, which is STR, as well as the Bank of America Global Research estimates, state that it will take 5 full years for the industry to recover. In addition, in the process of putting these bills together, the council members, Gim, Thomas, and Johnson, that are sponsoring this legislation, hosted 2 different roundtables, bringing stakeholders together. And John Hawkins, speaking on behalf of the Hotel Association here in Philadelphia, stated in that roundtable that a 5-year guarantee on return to work made sense given the current state of the industry, with all of us there at the roundtable. So we know that this is going to be a long process, and in these discussions that we've had, we've had a lot of discussions here through the process of this legislation around the question of sunset. We've introduced 2 sunsets. One is that you have to have been laid off before January 31st, 2022. So people who are laid off for other reasons, potentially not related to the pandemic, after January 31st, 2022 are not covered. And that the entire bill would sunset in 2025, even though, as we've heard in other cities, there is no sunset in place. And the original bill, when it was first introduced, did not have a sunset. So we've come through a collaborative process with industry, with stakeholders. We've come to this date of 2025. We as a union feel, while we prefer it to be never ending, we do feel that it is a fair date given the state of the industry and what industry research is saying. And I want to echo what was said earlier, which is that I don't think it is fair to ask hotel workers or food service workers to put their futures in the hands of the political process of the future. I am asking council members not to entertain those ideas. The industry is not here testifying today. They have, we have moved forward with these. They were satisfied apparently with these amendments as they were presented. And it's really hard to describe the levels of uncertainty for our membership, the levels of stress for our membership, what it's like to be unemployed, to lose the little bit of relief that folks had over the summer with the greater unemployment rates, to have lost that with no end in sight, and to not know there aren't other jobs to go to. There are no other hospitality jobs to go to. People are unemployed right now through no fault of their own, and they need to know that they can come back to those jobs when those jobs return. So we are urging everybody here who stands with labor, who stands with workers, to stand with this bill as it was presented, and to make not knowing if they'll be able to get their job back or have to wait for another political process in a few years. In addition, I want to note how important this legislation is in terms of racial justice in the city of Philadelphia. Obviously, the pandemic has been a time when we've also seen some of the most massive mobilizations for racial justice in our lifetimes. And a commitment to racial justice should be guiding our response to the pandemic. This legislation makes sure that we don't further racial discrimination in our industry, and make sure we treat each worker laid off in this pandemic, regardless of race, with the basic respect of the offer of their job back whenever the business finally does return. No group has felt the pain resulting from this downturn more acutely than Black workers, who account for the bulk of Philadelphia's tourism workforce. Almost 60% of hotel room attendants are African American, and the vast majority are women. Many have worked in the industry for decades, achieving a level of seniority and security that unfortunately is very uncommon in the modern service economy. The lives that have been built, they have built that security over years of dedication, and all of that is at stake right now. We want to make sure that that this pandemic is not used in any way as an excuse to take away that stability and that security that has been so hard won, which is why this legislation is so important. Our concerns regarding the pandemic furthering racial disparities long-term are grounded in data. Since the beginning of the pandemic, aggregate African-American unemployment has outpaced that of white unemployment. It's reflective of a pattern that researchers have documented in recessions that African-American workers suffer from first fired, last hired phenomenons. So the unemployment rate among African Americans tends to rise earlier and stay elevated for longer than for whites. Simply put, without this legislation going forward, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, for many Black Philadelphians to come back to the jobs, the good jobs that they had, and maybe difficult for them to find any job than if they are unable to return to the old ones, which would massively increase unemployment in areas of our city that already have very, very high unemployment. Those are some of the reasons why it's so critical that City Council pass this legislation. We are proud of the work that we've done with the stakeholders to compromise here and come to a stronger bill, both on sunset, which we've already talked about, in terms of how we communicate and updating that for the 21st century, and making sure that the needs of business are included along with the needs of workers, notifying people as they return to work. So those changes have been made in the course of this process. It has been an intensive and collaborative process with all parts of the industries that we represent, along with our union and faith leaders and community leaders, and we appreciate that process. Also, briefly on bills number 200563 and 200559, these bills expand upon sensible protections that already exist in the Philadelphia Code. Common sense worker retention protections were put in place by City Council 20 years ago in order to provide security for contracted workers in hotels, service, and other industries. Per this longstanding law, workers must be given notice when their employer is subject to change in control, such as the transition from one contracted service provider to another. Workers are also given 10 days to respond to the offer of employment with the new contractor. The long-standing law may be enforced by a private right of action. These provisions have been on the books for 2 decades, and they provide a sound basis for the action that we hope to see Council take today. Bills 200563 and 200559 clarify and expand these protections to apply to all workers in Philadelphia's hotels, stadiums, and airports. With that said, we appreciate, again, we want to thank all the sponsors of this legislation and thank the committee. We ask you to support this legislation as it was amended and sent out this morning. We ask you to stand with Philadelphia's hospitality workers. At this point, we really feel that any changes to this are really stand against our membership and workers in this industry because we really do need this certainty. It has been an unbelievably difficult time for our membership and for workers in our industry. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. Right now, the chair wants to recognize Council Member Isaiah Thomas for a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you. And I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to Rosalind and to the people at Unite here. We understand that as a union, they've been hit pretty hard as well as the folks in the industry. And, a lot of their union members are residents and people in the city of Philadelphia. And I don't know about you, Madam Chair, but a lot of folks in our neighborhoods are really struggling and suffering. And I think it's important that we take every step that we can to try to show Philadelphians that we want them to remain here, we want them to stay here, we care about them, and we love them. So thank you, Rosalind. Also, thank you to Mr. Pat. We appreciate your service. We appreciate your leadership and your tireless advocacy for workers across the city of Philadelphia. And last but not least, because I didn't say this in my opening remarks, I just also want to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Johnson and Gim, for their leadership. I'm still a rookie in city council, and they've been super, super helpful, big mentors, and just guiding me and helping lead me throughout this process. So thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Council Member. Councilwoman Sanchez, I'm just going to skip you for a second and go to Council Member Johnson as one of the sponsors who also wants to make a comment. Chair recognizes Council Member Johnson.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, Council Member, we can hear you well.
Thank you very much. I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleague, Isaiah Thomas, and want to really take a moment to salute Rosalind for the work that she has done with Unite here, making sure that we're fighting for those workers who have actually moved the city of Philadelphia forward. And I learned early on from Maria Kiana Sanchez, my big sister, what unions do here in the city of Philadelphia. And I remember coming on as a city councilman, doing work and working on, and I'm a big supporter of the building trades and making sure that the issues and concerns are being addressed. And she said, well, Councilman, do you know that we have a very robust and vibrant service workers unions that are doing the work of moving the city of Philadelphia forward? She said, and also, they're predominantly Black and brown people who are most in need, people who are working to move this city forward, and people who surely need to have a voice in the city at the table. And so I thank my colleagues for stepping up to the plate and introducing this Black Lives Matter package of legislation. I'll go on the record and say I support the 2025 sunset. Only reason why I support it is because, one, we met with the industry. We gave back several different issues that the industry had problems with, and that's why they aren't here today opposing our package of legislation. And so I wanted to make sure that that's noted for the record. I know the work that Unite here do is really passionate work on behalf of the people, those most in need, and most importantly, those, if they weren't working, we wouldn't have a city to move forward. Our hotels wouldn't move forward. Those games that we go participate in with the Eagles, the Flyers, the Sixers, I'm missing somebody else, the Phillies, those games wouldn't take place if we didn't have these workers. And so we want to make sure that we stand tall for them, 10 toes down. And so with that being said, just want to make my comments known for the record. Pat Eiding, also thank you for stepping up to the plate and being supportive of service workers. I know you from the building trees era, but I know you represent various unions. And I thank you for saying, you know what, not only on this issue, but also we was fighting on at the airport as well. You stood tall with us 10 toes down to make sure we're addressing the issues of people who are predominantly Black and brown that moved the city of Philadelphia forward. And so with that being said, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Now the chair recognizes Councilmember Quinones Sanchez. Thank you, Councilwoman, for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for facilitating this discussion. I want to thank Councilmember Johnson. I know that, and Councilman Thomas alluded to this, I, as a senior member of council, don't like to give unsolicited advice, but I knew that Councilman Johnson was going to be a strong ally, and he had important institutions in his district, such as the airport and the stadiums, and wanted to make sure that he understood the voices, the leadership and the voices within this union membership. And I appreciate the work that Unite has done over the years in informing me and educating me. And I've met incredible human beings, members who've told their stories, who've lost their jobs through some of the struggles that we have. And so to the sponsors of the legislation, we thank you. I said this to Councilmember Gim yesterday, the institutionalizing of the Office of Labor Standards means that this council, who has always been committed to workers' issues, really wants to create a framework by which we work with industry around these issues, that we send a real clear message to industry that we want to protect our workers, many who are Philadelphia-based members. You know, as a daughter of someone who worked a graveyard shift and the first member to go to college in my house, this is very, very, very personal. I think Councilman Thomas talked about this earlier today. These issues are very, very personal to us. I think we represent the lived experience around what these members are going through, and I want these members to always feel like the council is a place, the fourth floor is a place where they're going to have strong allies and advocates. We're in an unprecedented time with the pandemic, so we are not going to be in the business of picking winners and losers. We're going to hold businesses, support businesses, hold them accountable, and send messages to the workers in a time of instability that government is going to do all it can to facilitate this process. So thanks to all of them. I look forward to listening to the stories. I'm sure they will be powerful from those voices of those members who every single day make really, really, really tough choices. Thank you, Madam Chair. Parker, I think you're frozen.
Councilmember Gim or Councilwoman Sanchez, can you all hear me? I see you, Roslyn, and Councilwoman Sanchez. Are you still speaking, Council Lady?
No, we are finished. You are frozen, but we can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to come off, but just give me a second because everybody's frozen. I'm going to try to come right back.
Hey, Ishan. My childhood friend. How you doing?
Vice Chair Green, would you be able to take over the script?
Rachel, I was just trying to reach you on the phone because I figured we may be having some technology issues on her part. My understanding is that Councilmember Gim, I think you had a comment because I saw you came up in the chat feature at 3:45. Were you able to make your comment?
No, not yet, but thank you very much, Councilman. I was just going to buy us a little bit of time while we're waiting.
Okay,
But I also wanted to acknowledge Rosalind and the work of all the folks at Unite Here. We've walked doors together. You know, we have broken bread together. I know that your members are watching right now, and it means a lot, I think, as Councilwoman Quinona Sanchez did, just to let them know that we're working on this, and that, you know, we're hoping to pass a bill that honors the work that your members have done, but also the struggles that they are going through right now. I think one of the hardest things that we're trying to deal with is navigating this role on you know, balancing out the interests. And, you know, again, Rosalind, if you could just reflect a little bit about how the collaborative process has worked, and especially, you know, some of your dealings with some of the feedback that you've heard from some of the industry as well.
Sure. Yeah, so we, as I said, we really appreciate there has been a really collaborative process here. There were 2 roundtables that were held that were attended by you know, the biggest employer of folks affected by this legislation, which I believe is Aramark, was present at all of those roundtables, and conversations outside of those roundtables. The Hotel Association of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Restaurant and Lodging Association, and as well as members of the faith community and other community members, and many, many council members, particularly folks that are on this committee. And I do think we were able to you know, address concerns that the industry had from the beginning. We've appreciated that the industry has said that these bills are not hostile to the industry, because they're not. They're really, as I think Deputy Mayor Blazer said at the beginning, these are bills that are just the right, what we should be doing. Right? We're trying to make sure that everyone is given the right to their jobs back as the jobs return, and that is particularly important in having it's particularly important to have the laws because we know that discrimination does happen in the industry, unfortunately, and having these clear rules makes a huge difference, right? It is the way of racial discrimination as well as other forms of discrimination. So we feel like it's essential, and we have appreciated the industry's partnership on this so much so that I think it is a real sign of that collaboration that they are not testifying here, today, and have made clear that this process is one where their voices have in fact been heard along with the voices of the workers, which is, I think, what we want here. So at this point, I do want to just emphasize at this point, because I think there has been a real partnership here between the workers most affected and the industries most affected, that I think at this point, any other amendments, I don't really understand on whose behalf, where they would be coming from, because the industry's concerns have been addressed, and the workers' concerns have been. We've come to the point where maybe we're all not perfectly happy with everything, but we feel like this is we're in the right place for this to move forward. So at this point, I think to say that that the bill should be amended in any way, I don't understand where that would be coming from at this point. It was extremely frustrating to us at the beginning when industry came to us. At the beginning, industry came to us and said they wanted a 2023 sunset. And some of the sponsors of the bill saw me extremely, extremely upset about that, because I just really couldn't believe that the industry would come in and say, when they've gone, when people have lobbied, when all the industry, as I said, the most reputable data research firms in the industry, as well as the industry itself, have said that it's going to take 5 years, why anybody would advocate for that. And they quickly moved off that position. We've came to an agreement on a 2025 sunset. So I really don't understand why anybody at this point would be advocating for anything less than that. And it to me is just really unacceptable. And I think if we were trying to, this pandemic has been the hardest on, our members, as many people have said, are Philadelphians, Black and brown Philadelphians, mostly women. They're the people hardest hit by COVID-19, the people hardest hit by the layoffs. And so to say, well, if your job isn't back by, we are not going to guarantee that if your job doesn't come back until 2024, you not have a job. Sorry. That's not acceptable to us. And it shouldn't be acceptable, I don't think, to anybody here. Everybody here who is a supporter of workers and a supporter of labor, I think should stand with the hospitality workers, with the current bill. Because I think we should be protecting all hospitality workers through the pandemic, and be real advocates of workers. And to not do that, I really do believe is anti-worker and anti-labor, especially when we don't have a controversy right now with the industry over these dates. So that's where we stand on that process. And we're really proud of the fact that we were able to come to that understanding. And we would ask council to stand with us on that.
Yeah. And you were saying that we had come to that understanding with a lot of the industry folks.
Yes, with the hotel association, right, who in particular who have been very, very involved in this process, and are the two industries probably the most affected by this legislation, and that is why they are not here today.
Thank you.
If they had major concerns, they would be here today, obviously.
Thank you so much, Rosalind.
Thank you, Councilmember Gim. I don't see any additional questions for this panel. I want to thank Pat Eiding from the Philadelphia AFL-CIO, as well as Rosalind from Unite Here for this testimony. Actually, this is actually very refreshing to see a situation where both management and labor working collectively together. Too often, parties are pitted against each other. And I think because this pandemic has been such a health crisis, but also really an economic calamity that's impacted not only workers by them losing their jobs due to no fault of their own, but due to this health crisis that none of us could have seen, as well as the fact that hotels are not able to operate as they traditionally would because of the pandemic. So the fact that both parties have been able to work collectively in this regard is very refreshing, and look forward to this legislation being passed for the benefit of not only for the workers of the city of Philadelphia, so many who are people of color, in particular African Americans, but also to enable hotels to continue to operate so that they can continue to provide a robust economy for our city of Philadelphia. With that,
Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Vice Chairman.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, just a brief comment. I couldn't get into the chat comment section. I just wanted to say, you so eloquently just proved the point why the bill should be passed as is. You just talked about how there's such a great compromise from the industry and the union on behalf of the workers and our economy. I just want to say thank you for eloquently putting how when two industries can come together and sit down and compromise around a particular issue, it just shows how we can move the city forward together. And so I just wanted to just reiterate Rosalind's point as it relates to why there's no one industry here today opposing this piece of legislation, because as a group, we did our due diligence in the working group. We gave back concessions. It's very rare that you have an industry not in front of council saying, you know what, you have this piece of legislation in front of you, but hey, we opposed it. And so I just want to note that for the record, but I couldn't have said it more eloquently than you have, Mr. Vice Chairman. And so thank you for your comments for the record as to why This legislation should be passed as is on behalf of the Black and brown workers who represent the hospitality industry, because we all believe that Black workers matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I would thank you for your commentary. You've definitely been able to use your University of Pennsylvania degree in wise place this afternoon. Are there any additional any additional comments from members of council? Seeing none, I'd like to have Ms. Meadows read the names of the next panel. As you come on, please state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
I am back, Vice Chair Green.
Okay.
Can you hear me well now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, and I can hear you now. I hope we can hold on. Okay, thank you so very much, Vice Chairman Green.
The three panelists on panel 3 are Aisha Johnson, Stephanie Swain, and Ron Corbin.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Chairwoman, you're on mute.
Oh, can you hear me now, Aisha?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, all right. So the order we have is Aisha, Stephanie, and Ryan. We'll go in that order. Thank you so much for being here. State your name for the record, Aisha, and just proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Aisha Johnson. I live in South Philadelphia. I've worked for Aramark for over 10 years in the maintenance department for both the Lincoln Financial Field for the Eagles and Citizen Bank Park for the Philadelphia Phillies. I clean the concession stands after the games, and when I work at the Link, I clean concession stands before and during their events as well. My job is not a seasonal job because I work all year round. After the Phillies are done, I normally go work for the Philadelphia Eagles. My Aramark job allows me to support my family and our daily needs. I'm supporting my 3 sons, ages 27, 18, and 16, and who are out of work, and I'm providing for my grandson, who is 11 months. COVID has hit my family and I extremely hard, as it did my co-workers. It's like we're on a roller coaster ride with no end in sight. Unemployment has not been enough for us. I've been laid off multiple times from Aramark this year. I got laid off from Citizens Bank Park on March the 13th. I was recalled to Lincoln Financial when the fans came back in October, and then laid off again yesterday due to the new restrictions. It makes us anxious about when it's going to end and are we going to still have our jobs. My co-workers and I, we get worried and we ask if Aramark revenues don't come back, what will happen if they walk away from the contract from the Eagles or the Phillies or the Flyers? Or what will the contract, if the contracts aren't renewed, what will happen to us? We need to be protected. We didn't ask for this pandemic, and we shouldn't be penalized for it. My 10 years working for Aramark should matter. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You were going in and out, Aisha. I got nervous. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I got nervous because it was choppy, but I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Do you need me to start over for you, or? Okay, thank you. My 10 years working for Aramark should matter. That's why the bill is so important to us, having a sense of security. We want to know that if the stadium continues to be closed, that we would protect it as things return to normal. My coworkers and I still have our jobs. We wouldn't have to worry about finding new positions. The good thing is that when there is work, we are ready to work. We know how to do our jobs and we do them well. My coworkers and I at the stadiums are asking that you pass this bill to protect us and allow us to continue to do our jobs. It is very important for us to have the protection of this bill to last till 2025. The industry itself has repeatedly stated that it will take 5 years to recover. Anything less will be leaving the workers like me out in the cold.
Thank you so much, Aisha. Does that conclude your testimony? Or you still going?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you for
okay.
having me.
All right. I just wanted to make sure. Listen, this technology is tough, but thank you so much for your patience. I greatly appreciate it. Stephanie, state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, my name is Stephanie Swain, and I work at the Work Hotel at 17th and Locust. I'm 53 years old, and I have worked at my hotel for the last 30 years. When I started, When I started my daughter was just turning 1 year old. She is now 32 years old. I loved working at my job because my coworkers and I became very close. It was like working with family. I actually enjoyed going to work every day. I also liked the fact that I had a set schedule, weekends off, and it allowed me the luxury of planning my life out and spending time with my daughter and grandchildren, which is the most important thing in the world to me. Having a steady and reliable job means everything to me and my family. It means stability. When I got laid off back in March, it was devastating, and I didn't know what was going to happen next. With the pandemic going on and people losing their lives, their incomes, and for some, their homes, I felt like I was lost. The only thing that kept me sane was knowing I would go back when this was all over. I have been living off my unemployment for the last 8 months, and it's been very stressful having to live with almost half the income I was used to making. Now knowing that it is ending very, very soon, I'm worried about how I'm going to feed my family and pay my bills. To be honest with you, I'm very nervous about having to start over somewhere else at my age if they don't call me back to work. I've invested 30 years of my life in that hotel, and I've raised my daughter and now I'm helping with my grands. And I want my job and my second family back. Working there is all I've known for 30 years, and that's where I want to retire from. I want City Council to pass this bill so that not only me, but everyone that has been laid off since the beginning of this pandemic through no fault of their own can have a sense of security and peace of mind, knowing that when things start getting better and business picks up, we still have our jobs. The industry has told us that this might take till 2025. So please make sure we are protected until 2025, because otherwise workers will be left behind. I want to say thank you to all the members of City Council for hearing me out and listening to what concerns I have for my future and the future of this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Ron, feel free to proceed. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for allowing me the opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Ron Corbin. I've worked at Penn's Landing Hotel as a server for the past 15 years. Through my job, I've been able to support myself and my family, and I've also been able to fulfill many of my lifelong goals. When the pandemic hit, I became worried and scared. My job stopped immediately, and because my asthma makes it unsafe for me to serve customers, I don't know when I can go back. No one should be afraid to lose their job because they have a chronic health condition. What is happening is unfair and inhumane. It dishonors all the hard work I've done. There's so much uncertainty. Some of my coworkers have been laid off twice because of reopening and then closures of my restaurant. And where we are today, we don't know when this pandemic is going to end or when business will come back. One of the ways my hotel addressed this was through providing training to gain the experience. Therefore, people could work different job classifications. In fact, during the pandemic, I know of a server and a banquet setup attendant working in housekeeping, and also a bellman who has worked as a bartender and also in housekeeping as well. I think it's a win-win because it honors years of service and it allows management to place committed staff where they need it. So I urge City Council to pass the Black Work Matters Economic Recovery Package. The hospitality industry has said it will take up to 5 years to recover. Anything less for hospitality workers would leave us abandoned. And for me, it comes down to being able to protect my health, my family, our livelihoods, and also years of service with the company, with our companies. And I want to thank you once again, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for allowing me to take your time, dedication, and attention. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony, Ron. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Let me try to put this. Okay, Council Chair recognizes Councilmember Gim.
Ron, first of all, I want to thank all three of you. You know, I'm incredibly grateful for you coming forward and talking about both a job that you really care about, but some of the hardest problems that you've faced. And Stephanie, thank you for speaking so beautifully and eloquently. When we first launched this, you know, a number of weeks ago with Council Members Johnson and Thomas and other council sponsors, your story moved us. It's why we're here, and it's what we're thinking about as we make important decisions. One question that I have is that I don't know that people understand the industry really well. And I think you've shared a little bit of this, but you know, it's not unusual for you to be hired and then laid off more than once in a year. Is that correct? Or that you know of people in the industry who may be hired and then laid off. And so some of this bill is about recognizing that it's not like you get rehired and then you have, some of you, I hope, do have stable employment, you know, throughout, but there might be situations that you're aware of in your union where, you know, people are laid off at different points in the year when business is slow, and especially during this pandemic. And so I'm wondering if you could just share what that uncertainty has been like and why it matters to have this extend for a period of time, you know, beyond just, you know, a year or so beyond the last layoff. And Ron, I know you were nodding your head, so if you want to start with it.
Yes, I hope everyone can hear. I think in this time when there's so many things that are uncertain, we've talked about it through this whole meeting. The one thing we don't want to have is a concern that we can't go back to what we've found as our livelihoods, that we depend on our jobs. We depend on them as well as our families. And when you don't have that as a force to grasp to, that you know you can depend on that, there creates, as well as the health conditions that you're dealing with, another level of anxiety that can affect you across the board, not just yourself, but as well as your family. And at a time we want to stay as healthy as possible, that's one of the things we wouldn't want to have to worry about.
Thank you very much, Ron.
Thank you so very much. Chair recognizes Council Member Thomas for comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the members of this committee for allowing me to keep jumping here. But I just want to take a moment to say thank you to the workers. I can only imagine what it is that you're going through right now. I appreciate you having the courage to put your story and put yourself on blast and out there on the record for everybody to hear and see. I'm a pretty private person myself, so I know how difficult that would be, that is for you right now. I also wanted to echo the sentiments of my colleagues and just communicate the importance of this whole Sunset Initiative. I trust my council colleagues. I see us as a team, a very effective team. And if we put ourselves in a position where we were to pass something into law, and then we see at a later time that maybe we picked the wrong date or maybe we didn't necessarily get the exact thing right, I trust us to go back and amend that. So for us, the sunset date of 2025, which we're looking at, I think is important. Again, when we were in negotiations with the industry, there wasn't a big conversation around sunset date at all. I think this was something that we decided to do more or less because of good faith, thinking about our colleagues and issues that was communicated to us, not necessarily by the industry. So in the midst of thinking about these workers and listening to their stories, I would hate to put us in a position where a sunset date would actually backfire and end up hurting the workers more than helping the workers, or hurt the industry or anything like that. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the members of this committee. And again, most importantly, thank you to the workers for putting yourself out there and being the face of what's going on right now with this particular industry.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas, for your comments. Are there any other questions for members of this panel? Hearing none, Aisha, Ron, and Stephanie, thank you all so very much for your testimony. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Rachel, I'm going to ask you to please call the name of the next panel scheduled to testify.
The next panel is just one person. It's Reverend Gregory Holston.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Reverend Holston. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. We want to ask you to please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Reverend Gregory Holston, Senior Pastor of James Memorial United Methodist Church and Senior Advisor to the District Attorney's Office. And thank you, Councilman. Thank you all, Council Chair. Thank you all, Council people. Thank you all who have been involved in these three very important bills that I'm very proud of the name of Black workers bills that really directed to the needs of Black workers. So let me put just a little background to this and in this story, and it hopefully will give greater context to the decisions that you're going to make. As you all know on this council, the reality is that Philadelphia, for a very long time, has had about 20 to 25% of our city living in poverty. That's around 400,000 people in our city that have lived in poverty before the pandemic. About 200,000 that live in deep poverty before the pandemic. For an individual, that's a little more than $100 a week before the pandemic. And that this chronic poverty that's existed in our city has existed since the time of the 1960s, where over close to 400,000 manufacturing jobs left our city in the course of those 25 years to 1985. And really have those manufacturing jobs that were really middle-class jobs have never really been replaced by other middle-class jobs. And what you would find is that our city is basically has a major service sector, a major hospitality sector, and that sector in itself, many people are working poor. That means they're working 40 hours a week and still living in poverty. And most of this poverty in our city is African American. Let's be clear about it. With 44% of the population African American, close to 80% of the people that are living in poverty are African American. And so with all of these numbers that are existing, many of us felt just a few years ago that the only way we're going to move our city out of poverty is to not just talk about education, and we should do that, and we all should have a greater level of education attainment, but the recognition that these service sector jobs have to become middle-class jobs. And the only way that they become middle-class jobs is when unions organize with community to push the industry to make them middle-class jobs. Manufacturing jobs weren't middle-class jobs simply because they were manufacturing. Manufacturing jobs became middle-class jobs because unions pushed hard for many years to make the kinds of increases in salary and pay and retirement that made them into middle-class jobs. And so same in this hospitality sector right now, the goal and the vision has been for many of us who are in the faith community, many of us who have been in the trenches, that we have to turn and transform these jobs into middle-class jobs. And so many of the protests that you have been with, the marches that many of you have been on with us, we've marched in the snow, we've marched in the sleet, we've marched in 100-degree heat around the airport, around the Marriott Hotel, around other places in this town, has been trying to change the very nature of our community and move these jobs to be middle-class jobs. And for some, those jobs have moved from as little as $5 an hour to $8 an hour, to $10.88 an hour, to $12 an hour, to $15 an hour. And some of those jobs are now $19, $20, $21 an hour because many of you stood with these workers and fought the good fight to make the changes that we have to have made. Now here comes a pandemic, and this move forward to push and push and push more of our hospitality workers into the middle class is now threatened by this pandemic. And you have heard the unions talking so clearly about that 80% of their workers, 80% of their workers have been dismissed from their jobs. And they're waiting in this laid off position now. And the real threat to all of the work that we've done to try to build and transform our city is now being threatened. Well, why is that? Because there are industries, there are private equity funds that want to take advantage of this pandemic, want to use it as an opportunity to buy distressed industries, distressed hotels, hotels that are over leveraged right now. They want to use this as an opportunity to come in and buy up these distressed industries, not with a concern for the workers, but for the assets themselves, and to use these assets for their own profit, and to not bring back the quality workers that have gotten quality or better salaries. They want to bring in lower other kinds of workers that will make their bottom line look better so they can sell off that asset and make the profits they want to do. This has been going on already during this pandemic, and it's still going to go on through this pandemic. And so the importance of these three bills are just so crucial to moving on the progress that we've already made, but also moving our hospitality industry completely into the middle class. By having these three bills where people have the right to get their job back at somewhere near the salary that they had before, to be able to know that they have that right, and to be able to have a right of private action as well, to be able to protect themselves, is critical if we're ever going to really change Philadelphia beyond the pandemic, and that the neighborhoods that are suffering 50% poverty before the pandemic, and we don't even know what crazy number of poverty they're facing right now, can be able to return and have a chance to really build the middle class. And so we need to have a very clear in these bills that as much time as necessary that preserves workers' rights are needed in these bills. A sunset that's 2023 is simply not enough when we know that the recovery in this industry is going to take at least 5 years. We have to try to hold the line to build these jobs in the middle class so that when recovery comes, we can continue the momentum that we have already built over the last 10 years before the pandemic. And so it is critical that the sunset number go to at least 2025, 5 years of the recovery, and so that we can continue to build these jobs in what they have to be. I'll ask council to think long-term, not on the short term, not just for the moment, not just for where the industry may feel at its given time, even though they've already agreed that 5 years in 2025 is enough. But to think beyond the pandemic and how our city is going to be, that we have to protect our workers now. We have to protect the quality of their jobs now. We got to protect their income now. We got to protect it now, projecting that 5 years from now, we need to build a middle class in this city that is strong and is vibrant and is necessary. So I just want to urge you, and I know so many of you, and I know the commitments of so many of you to workers. I've been with you on the front line. You stood with us in so many different situations. I know your heart. I know your heart is pure. Your heart is right. Your heart is just for workers. But I want to be very clear. We need to do the strongest kind of bill necessary to protect workers, because it is necessary for us to be able to build these jobs into the middle class, could make a real difference in our city, and so that we won't have the title any longer of the poorest big city in our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Reverend Holston, for your testimony, and we thank you for being here with us today. I am looking in the chat box, and I wanted to know, are there any questions and or comments from members of council to Reverend Holston?
Madam Chair, could I just make a brief comment?
Sure. Chair recognizes Councilmember Gim.
I just wanted to thank Reverend Holston. From the moment you launched the Black Workers Matter, report in that Power put out, back in, what was it, 2018, 2017, 2018, 2016, we did not forget. And, all that we are trying to figure out is ensuring and underscoring that moral call that Power put out with the faith community and a collective faith community.
Yes.
Lives through the choices that we make, and whether they be small or significant, large, big packages, small packages. You have led on that issue from the beginning, and I really can't thank you enough for continuing that call and holding us accountable to that message. And I just really want to say and express gratitude to you and to your commitment to this work beyond titles, job titles, positions, anything like that. You live and breathe this work each and every day. You minister to people who suffer the consequences when we fall short. You know people by name. You've walked streets with them. You've been with us and with the city in so many different capacities, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. And I feel that way about many of you on council as well. We have worked together on some of these issues, and we have marched together. We've been in the snow, in the rain, in the sleet, in the sun together around these issues. Let's keep moving forward. Let's keep moving forward. So much more to do, and we can do it together. And I believe in you, and I believe in all of you that we can do it together.
Thank you, Councilmember Gim. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Quinones Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I also want to thank Reverend Holston. When Power first started talking about 15 and organizing the airport, those of us that started this work with them, former Councilman Wilson Good and others, Councilman Jones, who joined us, and Councilman Johnson, we were out there what was thought to be out on a limb with stuff that was not doable. And I must say that someone who worked in a legislative body, sometimes I doubted whether the political space and the will would be there. But when we were out there, as Reverend Holston said, with the workers, and you heard those stories, I think Councilman Jones and Councilman Kenyatta Johnson, we are at the airport at 4:00 in the morning, and you watch young Black men catch 3 buses to come to work. And I would say I would come out of those events feeling like, shit, how can we not? When people talked about people didn't want to work and people didn't, I always came away with a renewed sense of shame on us if we cannot. And in all of this legislative work, I know we make a lot of compromises because we don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good. And I appreciate the work that Power has done in terms of illuminating the spotlight. And so I thank you, Reverend Holston, for providing prayer when some of us did not have hope. You, in all of those marches, always gave us hope and we really believe that we can make change. You know, I want to speak to this issue around the sunsetting. Again, in these negotiations, I know for Unite and for the agenda that we've been trying to promote, this legislative body has the power to come back at any given time and make changes. The one thing that I want to make sure that as this Office of Labor gets reinforced, supported, memorialized, institutionalized in all the work that we do, that we give the office the opportunity to work through these issues, to provide the counsel to both the mayor and to the legislative branch. And, you know, if the 2025 date becomes a problem, let them be the ones to come tell us that. I just feel like Unite has, in good spirit, made some concessions with the industry. We all know we're in a pandemic. And look, if things change and, you know, in 6 months, we're in a different place as we work through our budget, if we have to come back, I want us to come our way today with a victory that people feel like there's a good faith effort by everybody. And then if we have to change things, we will change them. But I think recognizing that this is going to be a long recovery is an important one. And I want to give, you know, as we did with domestic workers, as we did with Fair Work Week, I want to make the labor office the one that helps guide us and inform us around some of these issues in their regulatory process and their enforcement process. And I think that I don't want us to get bogged down because people work too hard to get to a place where we have almost 100% agreement, and we never have 100% agreement. So we have to be okay with that 90%. I want us to walk away feeling good today and knowing that we have the ability as a legislative body to come back at any time under the direction of our chair to readdress this. And in the promulgating of regulations, if the Office of Labor feels something needs to move, I want them to be able to come back to the bill sponsor and say, folks, we need to move this. This is an unrealistic timeline, or we feel like, you know, the recovery, God willing, the recovery is better than we thought, and we want to wipe this off our books because everybody is working and in full employment. So I just want to lend my support. I just think we've gotten too far, and I know how important it is for people, everyone, to walk away feeling like this was a victor. Number 45 is gone. We no longer need losers to have winners. And so I just want to thank everybody for their work leading up to today. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Council Member. The chair recognizes Council Member Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to ditto what my colleague, Member Sanchez, said so eloquently. Reverend, I have spent time with you at 4 a.m. on a shift change at the airport, fighting for the increased living wage of individuals, and thinking that 3,000 members, which represents 3,000 families, could be helped. And I don't know when I felt better as a legislator than when I did that. I felt like I really gave real help to real people, and to see those folk, even at times afraid of management, to even give us an attaboy shout out for being there. But really, I felt good in my soul. I also thank you for sometimes codifying issues in a way that make it common sense. And I remember you doing so. And this is not about you, but it is about you. But you said in the chambers of City Hall, where there was $1 million block, and you showed me the numbers of how, whether it was going to court, going to jail, on probation, on parole, being monitored, getting a defense attorney, how one block cost taxpayers $1 million when we could have got all of those defendants a job and came out less expensive. That very day, I decided I was going to be on criminal justice reform. And I never told you that, but I'm telling you in front of all of the witnesses here that when you can break things down so that people can understand them in a common sense way, as opposed to complicating it so that people draw lines in the sand, That's a gift from God. So thank you for what you've done. Thank you for being our Jiminy Cricket of consciousness in City Council. And listen, just remember, today may be a long day, but God ain't done with us yet. All right? And we'll get there, God willing. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you for the very, very, very kind words of both all the council people. Thank you so much. And, you know, and I just want to stress the expansion of this bill for worker rights. The most expansive interpretation is the 2025 is the right sunset, if there's going to be one. And you're absolutely right. If you need to come back and make changes, you can always do that. But expanding the bill in a way that errs on the sides of giving the workers as much protection as they possibly can have is always the right place to be. Standing with workers and believing workers should have as much rights as they can have within already a situation that is not leveraged in their favor is a good place for this council to be. And so I'm thankful to hear that council people are speaking in this way. And thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Reverend Holston. Are there any other comments and or questions from members of the committee? And let me just make sure, okay. Chat.
Council member, Madam Chair, Mark Squilla.
Okay, Chair recognizes Council Member Squilla. Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you. And I just want to say, I want to thank you for your leadership on this. This is not an easy process. Obviously, there was a lot of conversations, both the industry and members of council. And I think you did a wonderful job. And thanks to the sponsors for also being a part of this. And you could see a lot of the changes and amendments that were made. And again, at the end of the day, a lot of times, not everybody goes away happy, but they go away knowing that, you know, we had the best possible legislation. And I want to give credit to you for that. And that's why I think the compromise that we have down through the 2025 is something that is worthwhile, and that people feel like, you know, whoever gave some, there was some given on both sides. So thank you for your leadership, and I appreciate the efforts that you made to make this as smooth as possible.
Thank you so much, Council Member Squilla. Again, I'm looking in the chat box, and I'm looking for any hand signals up. Are there any other members of the committee who have comments or questions for Reverend Holston on this panel? Seeing and or hearing none.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Chair recognizes Council Member Bass.
Good afternoon. I just want to say a couple of things. And the first is that obviously we all care about workers. We all care about making sure that the folks who are out here every day working hard, making our city what it is, making the hospitality industry what it really is, that they get their due, that they get the respect, and equally as important, that they get the support and the pay and the benefits and the things that they need to be able to make a living in our communities. And so this has not been something I think that's been hard for this committee. I don't think that it's been very difficult at all, because we all care. It would only be difficult if we didn't care. And so I look forward to working with the bill sponsor as we put regulations into place. I look forward to working with Roz and Pat Eiding and all the others who, and of course, Reverend Holston and others who have come forward and are speaking so eloquently about the importance of this issue. But I just really wanted to be clear that we all get it. We all absolutely get it and stand in support of workers. And thank you, Madam Chair, for your hard work in convening us and making sure that this gets done. So I really appreciate everyone for being at the table and making this happen today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Council Member Bass. And I think I heard Council Member Johnson who wanted to make comments. Are you still with us and on the line, Council Member Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As well, thank you for having a very, very good hearing, and I just wanted to relinquish my time just to reiterate Councilman Mark Squilla's comments. I know he talked about how every time when we do this process that everybody don't get what they want, and I just wanted to just reiterate that at this particular time, the industry isn't here as saying we oppose this bill. The industry isn't here as saying we have issues and concerns with this bill. I remember on a Sunday night when normally I'm, hanging out with my kids preparing for the week, I was on the phone in a working group with the very same industry that's being impacted, talking about how we can give them concessions on their issues and their concerns. A very, very robust, long process on a Sunday evening. And so I just want to follow up on my colleagues, Mark Squilla's comments regarding that, oftentimes we go through this process and it's not a win-win, but this is a win because this is one of those rare times where the industry isn't here saying, council, you're having a significant impact on our industry. And so I just wanted to state that for the record as to that 2025 sunset. And it's not about, for me, it's more about the process and doing the work. And I know the work has been done because if it wasn't done, we would have a significant amount of opposition and lobbying from those individuals publicly. And that hasn't been the case here today. And so I just wanted to state that for the record because it just brought to mind how we go about this process and the work that we all put into the work that we do. And I stand behind what Unite here is advocating for as it relates to those workers that they represent. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so very much, Councilmember Johnson, for your comments. Are there any other comments and or questions from members of this committee for Reverend Holston on this panel? See, Reverend Holston, what did you want to make some closing remarks or respond?
Yeah, if I could, and again, it is good to see so many people in council coming around to all of this bill and the importance of the 2025 date. But I'm running through the memories of almost everybody here I have worked with on some way around worker rights. Councilman Squilla on $15, Councilman Johnson at the airport, I don't know how many times, marching, knocking on doors, talking to the subcontractors down there. Councilwoman Bass on so many other issues as well. It is, you have been a council that has stood with workers over these years. And so I am thankful for that work. Let's continue to move forward. Let's continue to push the envelope. Let's continue to do what we can in every way possible to give workers more rights, more power, more authority over their own lives. It is beneficial to everybody in this city that we move people out of poverty by every lever of power that we can possibly use to do that. And so I'm thankful for you and your work, and let's keep moving forward together.
Thank you, Reverend Holston, for your comments. Hearing that there are no further comments and or questions for this panel, Reverend Holston, we want to thank you so very much for being with us today. Thank you for your work and the efforts to close the gap between the haves and the have-nots. And with all due respect, and I've just got to say this for the record, the work of community organizing, and I learned this, Councilwoman Sanchez, you'll remember that this comes from something that you stated in council. Becoming a community organizer, Reverend Holston, has become a very sexy thing to say right now. Our former president, still the guy still recognizes President Obama, he made it a sexy thing. But, when I think about challenges that were impacting the Black community that I grew up in, that I was raised in, that I've lived in all of my life, long before there were people attempting to come to the rescue in that role with the, sort of savior, I'm coming to save you all, that complex. You've been out there on the front line and people have been watching you do it very, very quietly. And I want to give a big shout out to our former councilman, Wilson Good Jr., whose work whose work right now, listen, he's still impacting the industry, but he's doing it now on the economic side, you know, with research and policy analysis that we can use to bolster our efforts. So I want to thank you for not being a Johnny come lately to this issue, and also in your remarks for acknowledging and respecting the decisions that this council has made. I don't mean not one of us, with all due respect, and I appreciate you sort of walking through all of the ways that you have worked with members of this committee, again, to close the gap between the haves and the have-nots, and particularly for Black people, and brown people who have often been left out of the equation until it becomes, lately it's become pretty sexy thing to talk about these Black and brown lives mattering. And when it comes time to talk about the economy, usually people have turned away. So I thank you for acknowledging the work of my colleagues, each and every one of them who are part of this body. We sometimes may attempt to move different ways, but we're trying to all move in the same direction. So I appreciate you, for the record, in acknowledging that, Reverend Holston. Thank you. With that being said, I'm going to now ask our clerk, Rachel, will you please call the next panel scheduled to testify on this legislation?
Yes, the three panelists on the last panel are Dr. Sherry Davis Faulkner, Francis Upshaw, and Madison Nardi.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Sherry Davis Faulkner from the School of Management and Labor Relations at Rutgers University, Francis Upshaw from Power, and Madison Nardi, one Pennsylvania worker at the Philadelphia International Airport. We will proceed in that order, so just feel free to state your name for the testimony and proceed.
My name is Cherie Davis Faulkner, and I'm here to testify in support of the retention and recall bills 200557, 200559, 200563. I will say this is one of those things about being on the last panel. I just have to actually say that I'm a new resident of Philadelphia, right? I am a professor at Rutgers. I negotiated to live in Philadelphia because Philadelphia is a city of Black communities, and it is also a union city. And I can tell you that I have sat in numerous city council hearings, meetings, subcommittee meetings in Atlanta, Georgia, my hometown, and none of them sounded like this. This experience has basically told me that I am in the right place, because there are very few times that I am coming to have this conversation and not trying to convince people to care about Black people, Black workers, Black women, and in a place of echoing. And so, I'm almost mad that I'm going behind Reverend Holston. I'm going to call him Reverend Doctor, because he just schooled us on a few things, but at least me, and he's been doing that with me for the last year. But there's something really special about this space, and I just want to say, having this be my first experience with the council, that I am deeply, deeply gratified by the work that you are doing and the way that you are talking about these issues. And so I'm going to read my testimony, but I just wanted to actually say that piece to start off. A few weeks ago, I had the privilege of canvassing with Unite Here to get members out to the polls, and I was paired with one of their longtime members. During our breaks, she shared how she was caring for children and other family members, doing catering gigs and other creative work, staying up late, taking classes, volunteering with her union while also having health challenges. As I am sure you know, in Philadelphia, Black women in particular, who are nearly 60% of the hotel room attendants who have worked in this industry for years, are also one of the groups that have been hardest hit by the layoffs and COVID-19 related challenges. After achieving several years of record revenues and occupancy rates, Philadelphia's hospitality industry has been brought almost to a standstill by the COVID-19 pandemic. The attending economic crisis has affected the hospitality industry more than any other. Hotel revenues are expected to decline by almost half in 2020, and the industry is not projected to recover until 2025. This package of bills, and I'm going to say that because I've already stated that I'm in support of it, provide the right of recall or return for hotel, event center, and airport workers, and ensure that these jobs are retained in the case of change of ownership or management. I really want to pause here because the fact that there's foresight about the possibility of what might happen is extremely important. And I'm appreciating the fact that we have already listed that there's industry support, but the recognition that private equity firms do not always operate in the ways that industry, longtime industry corporations do, and putting protections in place kind of preemptively is extremely important and recognizes the context of what has been happening, particularly in major cities as it relates to the finance industry and the ways in which when we're kind of down and we're in a recession or things are happening, that we've seen a sweep up of properties, a shift of ownership as it relates to employers. And quite frankly, my dissertation research started right here in Philadelphia. And the thing that I learned to do was to look at private equity firms when no one was looking at them. And the types of issues around ownership and recognizing agreements, recognizing seniority, recognizing the any basic rights of workers has been one of the challenges of dealing with private equity firms for a while. It is just only now that we're actually talking about it, I would say in more mainstream spaces. And so I want to recognize that, again, the racial disparity in the region's tourism industry and unemployment, it impacts a part of the national trend that is specifically related to the aggregate of African-American unemployment since the beginning of the crisis, which has outpaced that of white unemployment. And so, but first, recognizing that very few cities have a majority of Black workers in this industry still, and that when you actually think about the issue of what has happened in previous recessions, that African Americans have suffered from being the first fired and the last hired, which is a phenomenon that Councilwoman Gem mentioned in the opening. These are all things that we have to lay out in terms of context. The threat of permanent job loss is heightened by the prospect of significant restructuring in the tourism industry as a result of the ongoing economic crisis. And I think that, again, we have to take into consideration some of the ways that when we look at the majority of the workers in the industry being folks of color, Black folks, and women, what role, if we look specifically at Black women, they are already playing, right? They are right now being teachers and caregivers to elders in their homes, in addition to being a relative to support other households. They're typically piecing together incomes through full-time and part-time jobs, in addition to some side gigs. They're also volunteering for their faith institutions. They're providing groceries and meals to people who are unemployed and underemployed in Black communities. They do all this while also trying to protect themselves and their own health. And so when we start thinking about these bills in particular, they offer a way that Philadelphia can demonstrate care not only for Black women, but for Black, brown, and immigrant workers across the city. Historically, Black workers have been disproportionately impacted by economic crisis. The unemployment rate for African Americans typically rises faster and stays higher than for any other group of workers. According to a survey of 5 hotels carried out by Unite Here, Local 274, 60% of hotel workers with more than 20 years tenure are Black or African American. If not allowed to return to their jobs, many of these workers may face racial or age-related forms of discrimination in hiring. And I will also note that PBS was just talking about this issue as it relates to older workers being laid off and the challenge of being able to go and find work. And they weren't even specifically speaking to race, but we know that when you pull these things together and look at it from an intersecting perspective of age and race and gender, that this can create very difficult injuries that are hard to overcome. And so I want to kind of close out by saying, look, that thousands of workers, mostly Black and brown, have been unemployed since March. And many are struggling to put food on the table and make sure that their kids have access to the tools they need to be able to attend virtual school. I'm speaking as both a labor scholar, but also a resident of Philadelphia, and I'm imploring you to provide the protections needed for all workers in this industry, but a specific plea for Philadelphia's Black women who are often invisible, yet hold so many of our communities together, that you pass this package of bills protecting the right for these workers to return to their jobs. And I want to also go on record saying that I think it is extremely important that we looked at 2025, again, for all the reasons that have been mentioned before, as it relates to the sunset clause, that we need actually to be able to provide more space to maneuver, because we've seen that this pandemic has been operating in waves going up and down, and we cannot foresee what the future is going to hold. And so setting it for 2025, I think, is in our best interest. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you all, and I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Faulkner, for your testimony. Francis, just feel free to state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Francis Upshaw. I am a member of POWER, Philadelphians Organized to Witness, Empower, and Rebuild. POWER is a multi-faith, multi-race social justice organization. We are Christian, Jewish, Muslim, ethical humanist. We have over 50 congregations in Philadelphia and over 100 statewide. Our mission is to organize and empower the people of Philadelphia, southeastern and central Pennsylvania, to live and work together so that God's presence is known on every block, that people work together to transform the conditions of their neighborhood, and that life flourishes for all. I serve as a member of the Economic Dignity Team that partnered with OIC of America to create Black Work Matters, Race, Poverty, and the Future of Work in Philadelphia. I also serve on the POWER board. I am here to support those mostly Black and brown workers who have lost their jobs in the travel and hospitality industries through no fault of their own. Service sector jobs comprise 40% of the city's workforce, who are represented by SEIU, 32BJ, and Unite Here labor unions. These are Philadelphians that work union jobs, making wages that help sustain their families. But then the pandemic hit and the world turned upside down. They are now out of work, just waiting for the world to go back to normal. And when it does, they need their jobs back. They have experience, in some cases, decades of experience, and they deserve their jobs back. Since Philadelphia is the poorest big city in the country, I would think this situation to be a no-brainer. We simply cannot destabilize an industry that is already union represented. Of course, former workers should be sought out and offered a job. The alternative is scab labor, those unrepresented by unions who would be paid a fraction of those represented by Unite Here or SEIU, and most likely would not get the benefits members of those unions fought so hard to get in the first place. While COVID-19 has impacted every fiber of our lives, the service industry is the one constant that cannot be overlooked. Where would we be without those who show up every day to take care of our needs? How do we dare not see that all who have proven their abilities are offered decent employment? I would like us as individuals to think about all the times we've depended upon someone to be there to assist in our daily lives, to open a door, take packages to the car, handle our luggage, pick up what we dropped, clean up our messes. The list is endless. And though we have no obligation to do so, we are more than happy to press a bill in their hand. Why is this even a conversation? Beyond a shadow of a doubt, former service workers should be offered a position as soon as possible. And it is absolutely essential to keep keep these protections in place through 2025. Take the companies at their word when they say that anything less would leave some laid off workers behind. Keep these protections in place for the duration of the recovery. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony, Ms. Upshaw. And now we will hear testimony from Madison Nardi. Madison, state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Madison Nardi. I am a laid-off worker at the airport and a worker leader with One Pennsylvania. I have been laid off since March when my company decided to temporarily shut down all operations worldwide. With no light at the end of the tunnel, this layoff seems like a lifetime layoff, but it shouldn't be. I, along with all airport, hotel, and stadium workers, should have a right to our jobs back when our companies start rehiring. While receiving the extra $600 in the beginning of the pandemic, I wasn't worried about money, but now my unemployment runs out in 4 weeks, and I am becoming very concerned about how I will pay for my bills, co-pays, and basic necessities, and I'm starting to look for new work. I need to work, but am worried to go back to work since I am immunocompromised, taking care of my immunocompromised mother and my aunt who has cancer. For the sake of my health and my family's health, I need my job to be protected for when it is time to safely go back to work. Throughout my years of experience working in retail, I have experienced preferential treatment from my managers over my coworkers who are people of color. I witnessed a manager tell one of my Black coworkers to scrub the walls while my white coworker was allowed to go home early. My hours increased while I was fighting for Fair Work Week, while 2 of my Black coworkers who were also fighting for Fair Work Week at the same company had their hours reduced in retaliation. These companies have been getting away with the exploitation of Black and brown workers for far too long, and this bill needs to pass to ensure that all of our jobs are secure when we return to work. I have been waiting patiently for the day when my boss will call me and tell me that it is time to go back to work. But with the rise in cases, I still have to patiently wait for that day. When that day comes, I need to know that I am being called back to work, not being called to be terminated and replaced by another worker. It is also important for when every worker gets that call to come back to work, we are allowed 10 days to make arrangements for childcare, put in our 2 weeks at other jobs if need be, and to figure out other scheduling. We are truly living in unprecedented times. We do not know when this crisis will end. We do not know when we will get called back to our jobs, and we do not know when businesses will recover. Due to this, we need this bill to last through 2025. As we heard repeatedly throughout this meeting, it will take 5 years for businesses to recover, and we need to ensure that our jobs are safe. But at the same time, we are also living in unprecedented times, so this 5 years of recovery can last even longer. We have the right to have our jobs back and to be recalled to our jobs, even if the company changes. I need, and every airport, hospitality, and stadium worker needs, for this city council to stand up and protect working class people like myself. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Faulkner, Mrs. Upshaw, and Ms. Nardi. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, so the chair recognizes Councilmember Gim for a question.
Yes, I just wanted to thank Francis and Madison. We've been working together for a really long time. Francis, your work on the Black Work Matters report back in 2016, as I said to Reverend Holston, has shaped a lot of our thinking and how we need to reframe priorities and why we're fighting for different, fighting for a clarity about what this looks like. This is not just any general labor bill. It is one that very specifically looks at the industry and how it's impacted. And I think, Madison, you spoke to that beautifully and powerfully about the differences. And we certainly heard it, even in our discussions, that there's a casual references to front of the house, back of the house. And we know those who are in the industry understands that is coded racial language. And that's why I think it matters so much to just hear it from both of you. Professor Davis Faulkner, I just want to say thank you. It is so wonderful to have you as a partner in the work in close here in Philadelphia, but also, close by at Rutgers. We need help as we navigate this recovery. We need academic perspectives, we need industry perspectives, we need on the ground perspectives, but this is uncharted for us. And I think what ends up happening sometimes is that many voices can come to the table, but it's inevitable that certain voices are going to be heard. And we do need someone like yourself who has studied the role and the sometimes it's in your face, but oftentimes it's just, we don't track discrimination very well in the workplace. We can see its outcomes for sure. We can hear about people's experiences, but there's a level of dialogue and rigor that you bring to this conversation that is often lacking when industry wants to talk about, net gains, profits, et cetera, and we do need to unpack how discrimination works, what it looks like in the workplace, and then how we can better combat it in a way that actually bolsters the industry. This is a town majority filled with people of color. Our economic security and livelihood rests on all of us being lifted. And we say so much about people being left behind. But this is not about leaving people behind. This is kicking people out. I mean, there's conscious actions. And so I want to reiterate how much I appreciate your work, but also ask you to help ourselves as we partner through the recovery effort. And we will certainly be leaning on you more and more to share your research, to share your recommendations, perspectives as we move forward, as you did on this economic recovery package. So thank you very much.
Absolutely happy to do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member again, and Gim, and thank you, Dr. Davis-Faulkner. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee for this panel? Hearing none, is there anyone else here to testify on bill numbers 200-557, 200-559, 200-563, whose name has not yet been called? Thank you. This will conclude the hearing, and we're going to go into our public meeting. We want to thank all members of this panel for testifying. You can feel free to disconnect now. There being no further questions from members of the committee and no other witnesses to testify, I will ask if there's anyone else, again, present in this hearing whose name we have failed to call and that wishes to offer testimony on any of the bills being considered today. Hearing none, I want to thank all of the panels and witnesses for their participation. We value your opinions. Again, I now invite all panels and witnesses to please disconnect from the meeting before we go into our public meeting. We will now pause the proceedings very briefly as multiple participants leave the hearing. And Modesto, we will wait for you to let us know when we can restart. Thank you all so very much for being here.
Okay, you may proceed, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Again, this concludes the public hearing of the committee on bill numbers 200-557, 200-559, and 200-563. We will now go into a public meeting to recess the meeting until later this afternoon. We will now convene the public meeting. Rachel, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance, will you please indicate that you are present when your name is called? Also, please say a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on the screen when you speak. Rachel, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Derek Green.
Present.
Council Member Cindy Bass.
Good afternoon. I am present. Thank you very much.
Council Member Brian O'Neill.
Present.
Council Member David O.
Good afternoon. I am still present.
Council Member Helen Gim.
Present.
Council Member Maria Quinones Sanchez.
Good early evening now at this point.
Council Member Curtis Jones Jr.
Present.
Council Member Mark Squilla.
Present.
I believe those are all the committee members, but we also have Council Member Isaiah Thomas.
Thank you.
And Council Member Kenyatta Johnson.
Thank you. We will now go into our public meeting.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I'm present still. I apologize. It's Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. We will now consider a motion regarding bill numbers 200557, 200559, and 200563. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm at the public meeting on bill numbers 200557, 200559, and 200563. Stand in recess until 6 p.m. this evening.
Is there a second?
Second.
The chair knows for the record that Councilmember O seconds that motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that the public meeting of this committee on bill numbers 200557, 200559, and 200563 be recessed until this afternoon, early evening, Councilwoman Sanchez, at 6 p.m. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries, and this committee will stand in recess until this afternoon at 6 p.m., at which time we will reconvene the public meeting and consider the action to be taken on bill numbers 200557, 200559, and 200563. Thank you all so much for your patience, and we'll see you in about 41 minutes. Thank you.
That can be used against you by way of switch or leather belt.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Don't self-incriminate yourself, Langston.
Yes, you do. You do. Come here. They all supported you, so come here and say thank you. I'm gonna give it to you right now. Come here.
Well, and I saw Mr. Max made a cameo too.
Council members and Madam Chair, we are now live.
Oh, we're live.
What's that?
Thank you. So we will now reconvene the public meeting. Rachel, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance, will you please indicate that you are present when your name is called? Also, please say a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on screen when you speak.
Vice Chair Derek Green.
Present.
Councilmember Brian O'Neill. Councilmember Cindy Bass.
I am present. Thank you very much.
Councilmember David O.
I'm present. Thank you.
Councilmember Helen Gim.
Present. Thank you.
Councilmember Curtis Jones Jr.
From dawn to dusk, I'm present.
Councilmember Mark Squilla.
Present.
And is Councilmember Brian O'Neill? Okay. Those are the committee members that are on, but we are also joined by Councilmember Isaiah Thomas.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Kenyatta Johnson.
Thank you.
Did I get everybody?
No, Rachel, you forgot me, but that's okay.
Sorry, I apologize.
It is late.
So listen, we do have a quorum to proceed. I want to say thank you. We will now go into our public meeting. The chair recognizes Councilmember Gim for a motion on the amendment to bill number 200557.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I also want to just acknowledge the committee for its patience and recognizing the process and, you know, taking great care on this work. I know people care very deeply and we all share a commitment. And I think that this council body has really shown that. I offer an amendment to bill number 200557. A copy of this amendment has been circulated to all members of the committee this morning. I move that the amendment to bill number 200557 be approved.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Jones seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that the amendment to bill number 200557 be approved. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. And the amendment to bill number 200557 has been approved. And I just want to note that that was unanimously. The chair recognizes Councilmember Gim for a motion on bill number 200557 as amended.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I move that bill number 200557 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Jones seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that bill number 200557 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
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 Those
Aye.
opposed? The ayes have it and the motion carries. And again, that was unanimous. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on bill number 200559.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that bill number 200559 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation. Further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Jones seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that bill number 200559 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes have it and the motion carries. Again, that was unanimous. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on bill number 200563.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that bill number 200563 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Jones seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that bill number 200563 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes have it and the motion carries. And again, that was unanimous. To members of the viewing public, we want you to know that this concludes the business before the Committee on Law and Government today. We want to thank each and every one of you for your attendance. I personally, as chair of this committee, needs to say a hearty thank you to members of the committee who were with us early this morning, even with the technical challenges that I had that delayed our hearing that could have been much shorter had I not had them. You stayed consistent and listened, and we got through that. And then this evening, to hear the important testimony for those who were speaking on all three of the bills that were before us, your patience and deliberations and taking your work so seriously and making sure that we made decisions when we had access to all of the information possible. And so I want to thank all of you for being just stand-up folks who, when you make a decision, you make sure you have every bit of information that you need in order to make the most informed decision possible. And with that being said, it's an honor and a privilege to work with each of you. Again, that concludes the business before the Committee on Law and Government today. Thank you to all.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just want to personally just thank you for your leadership in hosting this hearing. And I also just want to give a shout out to my colleagues for just working within our own group, utilizing our own relationships on how we all are advocates for workers and supporting all three bills, as is, and all the colleagues who have stepped up to the plate and been supportive of this. So I just want to state that for the record and just say thank you very much. We all know that Black workers matter. This is nothing new to us. This is something we've always done. And so I just wanted to take a moment and just give a shout out to each and every last one of you for your affirmative vote. And I humbly say thank you.
Thank you so much, Council Member Johnson. And based on Council Member Gims' comments, and we heard Council Member Thomas earlier, all three of you sponsors of the bills, your comments, meant something. It was important to hear your perspectives today, and we want to thank you all for your work. We want to say Happy Thanksgiving, Philadelphia, to everybody. But listen, make sure you are masked up and that you are safe. And I think it was Dr. Eli Stanford from the Black Doctors COVID-19 Consortium who said, sort of now is not to get out of your comfort zone or your cocoon or the constituency that you're accustomed to being with. Stay safe and only around the people that you are with, that you live with, but be safe. Have a good day all.
And be patient. Free Langston.
Oh, you gonna get it. You all ganged up on me today, and I want the viewing public to know that sometimes members of council are not fair, and one day I'm going to tell this story. And Councilmember Green, Maria Quinones Sanchez led the charge, Helen, David, Curtis, all of you agree, and Councilmember Jones, you had the nerve to say you would act as Langston's counsel. I'm going to find a way to get back to all of y'all. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Madam Chair, pro bono.
For free. Are you going to get it? Thank you all, and have a
leadership.
holiday, Philadelphia.
Thank you for your leadership, Madam Chair.